Squeaky wheel gets the kick. Llama!
Oops, you have to put the CD in your computer.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
You know when you get tangled.
Good morning, everybody. How are you doing today? Welcome in, and I gotta fix something. I've been meaning to fix this for ages. How are you all doing today? All right. Yeah, I guess I can't fix that. I don't know. Whatever. I'll fix that later, someday. Thank you all for who came in. Actually, let me start with this. First of all, thank you, Gillick, for being here. Lazy Crypt, Drakatos, Susie, good to see you here early as well. It's Friday, so hey, it's the end of the week, right? And yeah, Butthurt Gamer, how you doing this morning? Good to see you all. Good to see you all. if you were able to join for the Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 stream last night, I have such a soft spot for that game. I don't really know why. It's kind of like Murder on the Orient Express. I could play that game again. It was such a, I don't know. It's kind of got its relaxing moments, except for the combat in Kingdom Come Deliverance. I suck at the combat. Now at the end of the week, yeah, 4 hours. Well, yeah, 4 hours of the work, but 4 hours. 4 hours versus 36 before it, or 46 before it, or whatever your weekly standard may be. It's weird that we have to put things at a certain number of hours. And when did this thing appear on my head? It kind of came out of nowhere. Also, there was a Prime sub last night. Looks like during the... well, no. That was before the stream. Oh, thank you very much for the Prime sub there, I Do The Rock. I don't know if I should say that out loud. But yeah, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. And if you came in for last night's stream on GOGcom, I hope you had a good time. It is currently 10% off, and the new expansion or DLC, I call it expansion because I grew up during the era when they were expansions and not DLC. I hope the new DLC is dropped. It's getting kind of mixed reviews, it seems, from what I've seen. It's not bad necessarily, but they're not exactly calling it blood and wine. So it's relatively short. It's a fairly benign storyline, and it doesn't quite tie into the main story. It's almost like another side quest. So, I don't know, but it's got some neat features. One of them is a cosmetic where you can create your own designs on your shield. So you can actually find a painter who will do that for you, I guess, based on... I don't know how it's based on. I didn't get a chance to explore it because I wasn't far enough in to be able to trigger the DLC yet. But that's all I've got to say about that. Let's get some X-Files going because I feel like we're making some pretty good progress. Granted, I am using a walkthrough, so if I'm not getting good progress, then there's something seriously wrong with me. But even without using the walkthrough, I seem to be making pretty good progress. And I don't remember going down the paranoid route last time. I'm not sure which route I went down now. I do not remember. There we go. And Mystic. He's such a nut. He wore himself out yesterday morning. Of course, we helped him wear himself out. And he slept almost the whole day until just towards the end of my stream. Real close there, Susie. Real close. Real close. Still loading. You know, it's funny is I always bring this up. Well, I occasionally bring this up. One of the complaints that Windows had for a good 10 years or 15 years, really, was once the desktop appeared, how long it took before you had it usable. So they would just refer to it as boot to a usable, desktop. And they would always compare it to Apple, which had a pretty good load time. Linux would have a pretty good load time. But the difference in how they load is considerable under the hood. So, Windows will load services, then it'll load Windows Desktop, and then it loads more stuff. So it kind of loads Windows as sort of a midpoint instead of really the endpoint. And I think the other systems tend to treat it as the final app, basically the last thing to load. And then it just pulls widgets based on what's running in the background. So it doesn't really need to load a lot, relatively small things. Well, Windows never was very good at that. And it takes sometimes a couple of minutes or more for it to finish loading. And the craziest thing is when, I think it was Windows 7, when they started really pushing to try to correct it. And now I feel like it's back to that standard again of like 3 minutes. Yeah, blame the lag. Yeah, no, I'm not blaming the lag. I mean, Windows 98 is notorious for it. And believe it or not, there's really not a lot running in the background on this one. I'm not even sure what hid serve is. Hey, Gregor, you're blaming Bill Gates. Everybody else does. Although he seems to be less the evil person than most people give him credit for. CT Helper is a creative system. Explorer, of course, is Windows. Systray is this area. And HidServe, I think, is the human interface device, so probably loading the USB mouse, because USB mice were really kind of a rarity when this particular computer came out, or this machine, this motherboard came out. And there's really only 2 USB ports on the back. Both of them are technically not 1.0. I think they're listed as 1.0, and they're mostly feature compliant, but they came out just around the time they hit the public. So it's kind of an early USB. And then Echo walks in. He's an early USB as well. Our clips master. Yeah, he's our clips master. Get some help! He's now the new top clipper. Granted, at only 9 views. So if you guys want to see, well, here, I'll show you. You guys can see this. It's not hard. If you guys want to compete, find a good clip, and maybe you can knock Echo off the top clipper leaderboard. It's only 9 views. You can do it. Here I am giving Echo a hard time. Shoot him now. That was a good one, Echo, and I am going to make a sound command out of that. I am absolutely going to make a sound command out of that. So there you go. That's a new thing. I didn't know there was such a thing as a top clipper. What the hell that is. Is that even part of the... Oh, it is. It's part of... If you go to the top of the chat, check it out. Echo is at 14. Tenny12 is at 7. And Zaxler is 5. That's pretty funny. And then there's a create clip option right below that. That's new. But resets every week or so. If it's tied to the same setting as my bits and subs are, yeah, it's probably every week. Maybe I should change it to once a month. Let's see. I'll change it to once a month, because really once a month is a good time frame. Let's see. Where in the heck? Where did they put it? Where is that? It's here somewhere. Oh, I bet it's under view rewards. Hey, Doom the Dark Ages drops are available. Too bad I don't have the game. If I was playing Doom the Dark Ages, you'd be able to get skins and stuff. Yeah, I don't know where it is. Or wait, do I? Huh. I'll have to figure out what I do, but maybe under community? No? Yeah, I'm not sure where it is. But in any case, I'll see if I can find it and change it. And we'll do it to once a month instead of once a week. You already have skin. I mean, you know, we're all skin monsters anyway, right? There used to be an icon, or an emote, I guess. An icon for next year. A badge, basically. Where a badge clippers could receive called Power Clipper, but that was only temporary for most high-viewed new clips per month, you'd think. I wonder if it's still around. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Needless to say, I was unaware they added that to the category up top. That's kind of cool. Actually, I find that to be one of the more fun things that you can end up in the top 10 for, because it doesn't cost you anything but a few minutes. And honestly, some of the best content that comes out on anything are clips, because I know some people do go back and watch the VODs, and I certainly appreciate that. Don't get me wrong when I say this, but I know most people don't. That's a long time to, sit and watch a non-interactive video. That's why films have a tendency to be an hour and a half to 2 hours and 20 minutes long at most, is because the attention span based on the content and I guess the complexity of the piece. So, short form content, things under 10 minutes became really popular, largely because they were easy to make and it took very little time and you could do several a day. Some people could do quite more than several a day, but clips are really easy to grab because if you see something funny, by all means, grab it and clip it. Kaboom, holy crap was a legit, chaotic, unexpected moment. That was quite funny to me. I couldn't, I did not expect the explosion. I wasn't paying any attention. And those are great clips. The game over, that was another great, just pure luck moment. Whoever was, the timing for that event. Hey. Really? But anyway, let's get some X-Files going. X-Files, the game. Up next is Mandate of Heaven, Might and Magic 6. I don't know if we'll finish this today. I have a feeling it'll take one more stream. At least one more stream. And also, I did change the Be Right Back music. It's not my piece this time. It's actually something different, as that was not getting triggered, or was not triggering the DMCA or copyright issue on YouTube, so I'm letting it roll. It's better and a little more exciting. Binary Geek, welcome in. You came in just in time. We're rewatching the intro to the X-Files game. This really high quality, cool. See Scully did get shot in the shoulder. Well, yeah, Might and Magic 6. That was the plan. Mandate of Heaven. Mac. That reminded you of... Pum, 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 pum. There's your theme song, folks. Pum, 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 pum. Because otherwise I'll get DMCA'd. Pum, 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 pum. Pum, 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 pum. Pum, 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 pum. You may need to go and rewatch the X-Files. I've been wanting to rewatch it for ages and ages and ages. Boom. Such a cool game. And last we left off on Wednesday, we're getting ready to leave the office. Deedly deedly dee 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 dee. Hey driver, how you doing? Not that you can really hear it that clearly because it's very faint, but if you listen carefully in the background, it sounds like the office has a lot of people in it, but there's literally 2 office rooms. This is the floor. This is the layout. We have a kitchen in the director's office, a file room, a meeting room, and 2 agent offices. That's it. And there's nobody here. I looked. Why do all aliens and other worldly visitors always only go to the U.S.? That's not true. There's lots of UFO sightings in England, if I'm not mistaken. You have the entire series on VHS, but no VHS player to watch them. Oh my God. Callistia Lee. Welcome to the channel, by the way. VHS, I'll give you a tip. This is actually a lot more amazing of a tip than you might even realize. They are so unpopular currently, as are DVD and Blu-ray players, that regularly I would go to a Goodwill and other thrift shops, and I can find them pretty regularly in my area, which is fairly rural, not really a techie area at all. Probably better luck in a busier, more dense city. But I will find Blu-rays, DVD players, and VHS players pretty regularly for under $10 US. So check out your thrift shops. Now, with a VHS player, any kind of a tape deck, if it's more than about 10 years old, you might want to find somebody who can help you replace the belts or at least confirm it's working properly. You don't want to chew up your tapes. But oftentimes with mechanical tape players like that, either the cap stands get frozen or stuck, or the rubber starts to go gooey, which means you can mess up your tapes, or the belts that drive the cams or whatever, those will sometimes get soft or hard and brittle, and they won't grip as well, or they'll snap and they won't turn at all. But they're cheap to replace. You can get parts usually for about $10 and you can do the whole thing. The biggest challenge is knowing how to open the case and replace those belts without causing any other damage. Ted, an old unimportant tape. Yeah, exactly. 100%. It's to me, that's the worst. But the DVD and Blu-ray players, I actually bought several because, well, we have a bunch of DVD and Blu-rays. I mean, well over 1,000. And I just know eventually they're going to start dying on me. And either they'll end up being parts or I'll have a replacement so that we can continue watching them for a little longer, because they're starting to get hard to come by new that are decent quality. Everything seems to be made of cardboard and ready to fall apart before you pull it out of the box. I there's always been the trope that, they keep making things cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, and I think that's honestly true, but it seems like everything went downhill over the past decade. It got even worse. You go up and you push on the side of like a plastic container or something and it just falls apart. Hey, Laz. How you doing this morning? Good to see you there. They filmed it up in British Columbia where you live, even some in Kamloops. Area. You actually met David and Jillian while filming. That's awesome. The best hat. Yeah, it just appeared on my head. I was sitting here trying to set up the stream, and all of a sudden I heard a sound, and the next thing I know, I've got this thing on my head. Everything is now made to be disposable. Yeah, it's exactly what it seems to be. We've always made that joke seriously and half seriously, half jokingly for decades, but it definitely seems to be true now. Have you ever seen this game before, Callista Lee? I'll show you around the office. This is from 1998. It does feature David Duchovny and Gillian Anderson briefly, but you're going to work with Assistant Director Skinner. You see the Smoking Man occasionally. Byers. I know Frohickey was in it. He was in it fairly early, very briefly. If you call a phone number, he answers and basically hangs up on you. And I think Byers and what's his name, the other guy, the long-haired dude, I can't remember his name, is also in it. You played it back when it came out? Awesome. See, I didn't even know the game came out. I was kind of sort of watching X-Files at the time, but not really consistently. And I didn't quite get into it until around 2000. So it was a couple of years after the game came out. Oh, look, there he is. Oh, he's here. Yeah. Let's see what he tells me.
I could use some help with this case.
Okay. Gekko might not be around to save you every time, no doubt. You were a huge X-Files fan. I love the series.
This looks pretty complete to me, son.
I truly do. But I didn't watch a lot of primetime TV from early 90s until around 2000. I worked mostly nights at that time, so I was always out. I was never home. 1998 is the year many games got overshadowed with what came out that year. DG, you are absolutely right. I consider 1998 to be one of the most important years in PC gaming ever. And the reason why is Half-Life, Unreal. Unreal still has major impacts on gaming today. In fact, I was playing a game that was based on the Unreal Engine just last night on GOGcom. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is an Unreal Engine game. Of course, Half-Life still has massive impacts. Something? Oh, I forgot. He gets agitated if I don't get up. So does Half-Life through Valve and Steam. You had Quake 2, which ushered in a new era of id Tech that led to more modern shader designs, lighting designs, and things like that. And then, of course, Baldur's Gate. God, there was so many good games, yeah. Oh, it was, December 97, so late 97, yeah. Early 98. Tomb Raider 3, The Thief, The Dark Project, the first real shadow stealth game. It wasn't really the first stealth game per se, but the first game that kind of ushered in the idea of sneaking around in the shadows and pulled it off, sort of. Led to things like Splinter Cell, for example. And if it wasn't for Thief, would Splinter Cell be the way it was? That's always a question I've had. Where are we going here? Charno? Nothing there. StarCraft. Yep, StarCraft.
Get some help!
There was also the time when EverQuest went into beta. Ultima Online was a massive success. Let's see. Asheron's Call was also really rivaling EverQuest at that time for its potential to be the next big MMO in '98. It hadn't come out yet, but it was an early release kind of thing, some beta testing and whatnot. So lots of articles coming out about that. God, what else came out in '98? It was such a big year; it's hard to even keep track of it all. Need for Speed 3, Hot Pursuit, that was a huge one. I know, Hobo Joe. And good morning, by the way. How you doing? I played Asheron's Call initially before playing EverQuest. I spent about 3 to 4 months playing it, and I enjoyed it, but none of my friends were playing it. So, some friends got into it. Hummiker was the one who actually introduced me to playing it for the first time. He'd bought it right when, I think it was right before Kunark came out, so maybe about 10 months or so after the game's release. Too many extreme grand games came out through the whole of '90s. It truly was. It was the most Anno 1602, yeah. I'd say that at least for about 92, 93, all the way up until about 2005 was probably the most innovative era for gaming in general, for computer gaming, console gaming, whatever. That was the time frame when all of the creature comforts we're used to today were finally sort of developed into a package that seems to work consistently. So pretty much everything you see in a UI and game design theory were built and created and perfected during that time frame, including technology, your 3D acceleration, audio features and quality like surround sound, things like that. 99 had Homeworld, Jagged Alliance 2, Planescape Torment, yep. Yeah, consoles were booming as well, and they needed that same they needed that same kind of love as far as improving the ability to play those games, because controllers provide a completely different challenge than PC gaming. You can't be as accurate with a controller as you can with a mouse. You don't have as many buttons as you do as a keyboard. And God forbid as you did, because how would you be able to hold it? Although they did add stuff like that with the Xbox, you could plug in a little chat keyboard on the bottom, Just glad to have experienced that era of gaming. It was peak. It absolutely was. Kind of makes me wonder, what would it have been like from, say, the 1600s to the late 1800s in classical music. To experience that era would be very much like what we have now, because that was really sort of the renaissance of written and audio art, musical arts. That was the age of real development of theory and design and perfection of all of that. Same thing. Just glad to... But anyway, let's see where else we go. Diablo 2. Yeah, Diablo 2 was 99, I think. Let's see. 99 or 2000. Yeah, it might have been.
No.
2000. Diablo 2 is 2000.
Moo?
Yeah, I defined it. You like the posters where it shows like 5 GTA games in 10 years and then only GTA 5 in the last 12. But people blame GTA Online for that. And they're really valid in doing so, because the only reason Rockstar never developed anything else is because they were making so much money on GTA Online. It basically turned it into a mini MMO, right? All right, so where the hell are we going now? Oh, wait. We've got Smolnikov's warehouse, the Terracon, coroner's office, crime lab. Let's go to the crime lab. I might need to call somebody. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do next. Now, he's out, so we don't need to talk to him. Feels like in the early 2000s you would get a sequel to a game you liked every year or every other year, and it was always great. It really was, because they still had a lot of ideas based on some solid games. You count 2000 as part of the 90s anyway. It had some bangers, Deus Ex, System Shock 2, yeah. Well, that's why I said the innovative era was largely from around 92, 93 up until about 2005, because even the 3D API wars didn't settle down until after 2000. You still had 3D effects up through like 2001. You know, people were still using OpenGL. DirectX was still growing and developing, and it wasn't until I think DirectX 6 around 2002 or so where you started to get solid DirectX performance. I did not like DirectX in most games until after DX5. It was always had problems with the frame rate, and visually it looked different. Like, we did some tests when I played Half-Life. You can tell the difference in 3D effects for Half-Life versus OpenGL. In fact, you know what I need to do? I need to install Half-Life on this Pentium II. Maybe we'll do that in between this and Mandate to Heaven, just to kind of see how this ATI Rage works. It's not the fastest 3D accelerator by any means, but it's definitely a better OpenGL performer. And the Voodoo Velocity played Half-Life just fine, but it was a little bit sluggish. Yeah, Blue Shift and Opposing Force, yeah. Okay, so maybe I just need to call somebody. Who do I need to call? Or check my email? Yeah, the first Diablo implemented DirectX. I mean, even Quake and Quake 2 had DirectX implementation, although I think original Quake was only for Windows 95 input and audio. So like mouse and audio or something like that. But other than that, it was OpenGL or their proprietary, I guess, software renderer. He found the YouTube short which explains what genre of music we're in these days, and it described as post-genre world where no specific dominant sound which defines the era. Oh yeah, DG, that is absolutely 100% accurate. I say that without any doubts that it's correct, because one of the things that's really obnoxious about today's non-genre defining world is everything has to have its own label, but nobody's allowed to have a label. So you have this kind of weird uncertainty about what it is you're listening to. The most aggravating thing in the world is to go to something like Netflix and say, I want to watch a comedy. And then you filter by comedy, and you see something that has kind of a funny name and has some actors or actresses that you know have done comedies and you enjoyed. And then you start watching it, and it's like watching a serious drama. It's like, I'm not looking to watch The Godfather here. I want to watch Airplane. You know, that's not the same thing. Has the webcam been drinking? Not yet. Give us about 12 hours. Yeah, sure, searching by genres is useless. And the reason for it is, focus keeps going in and out. Yeah, it's that. Hang on a second. Let me see. I'm going to mess with the camera. That might help. One of the problems with the camera is that I had it originally closer to me. And while that was kind of nice, it causes this camera to go flaky when it gets tagged. So I just pushed it way back. It's actually about where it was before. And you just get open world Ubisoft slop. Yeah. Yeah. Try browsing the RPG tag. We can see the dwarf now. Yeah. You mean Gnome? Excuse me. I got the hiccups. For those who don't know, this is Gnome, my wife Coffee. She made this Gnome. She crocheted that. 90s music, no matter what you sound like, there was a band that had you covered, and many were mainstream-ish. Yeah, you had plenty of rap, you had plenty of hip hop, rock, pop, classical. You had hard rock, which was more like Black Crowes, for example, which would be more indicative of a harder rock style of, say, late 50s, early 60s, sort of blues heavy rock. And it's adorable, isn't it, though? It really is. I love the Gnome. But nowadays, it's like if you go to look at say AC/DC, it'll be like hard rock, rock and roll, classic rock, and so on and so on. It's like, okay, that's great. And then you'll see rock ballad. It's like, do I really think of AC/DC as a rock ballad? Well, they might have had one song, so they touch. It's like, no. They're not rock ballads. It's not Def Leppard. That's not how that works. Still classed as rock bands, so yeah. And they don't even touch a guitar anymore. Yeah, Maroon 5. Yeah, exactly. They define it by what is popular at that moment. Hang on. I'm afraid that if I let that sit like that, it's going to bump my monitor and cause a problem. Start vibrating or whatever. That should do it, I think. You can actually see the stuff, the game boxes and stuff better now. It's not quite so hidden. You can even see my Pac-Man lunchbox up there. How about that? Or Doofus will come and wreck it. From up there, he won't mess with it. He usually does. He'll get up and he'll sniff at it occasionally, but he's not really interested in it. Current state of music is a bit questionable at best. Questionable mentally numb? No, not even questionable. It's garbage. Let me put it this way. I was listening to a song. We went to an Arby's. My mother-in-law took us to Arby's a few days ago. And I don't go to fast food restaurants very often. It was the first time in probably about 2 months I'd actually been in one. And they had the radio going, if you want to call it the radio. And it was a I don't know what genre I'd stick this into, but it was something that's popular and was popular at least a couple years ago. And about 2/3 of the song was just one note. It never changed the note. It was always the same note with the same rhythm, and it never changed, never changed, never changed, never changed. It's like, I bet this took you 10 seconds to write the song in a stupor with a hangover. I've written more complicated stuff in 5 minutes without even thinking. And I'm not saying I'm a virtuoso by any means, but my God, how in the world does stuff like that get on the radio? I don't understand what people find in it. I really don't understand it. I mean, my music might be odd, but go on Wikipedia and check the writing credits. It's always 10 guys. Yeah, well, it's 10 guys because of the same reason that films never actually are written by the one person they say wrote the screenplay. And that's what's really baffling to me, because it doesn't take 10 guys to write one song with one note and never changes that, and all it does is just a rhythm, boom, 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 and you never hear anything different, and it just stays on the same note. And then occasionally they do this, and they're back to the same note, and then they never do anything. It's like, that took 10 guys to write it? What was wrong with you people? I mean, you'll hear a song where half the lyrics are grunts, and there's 10 guys on writing credits. Yeah, it took 10 guys to do the grunts. It's like, why not just hire Tim Taylor and have him sit in the background and go, That's precisely what it is, mentally numb. And that is arguably one of the reasons why Hollywood now sucks, why music now sucks. There's a great video by Rick Beato that talks a little bit about how producers, when they sign new artists, were, at least in the 90s up through the 2000s, would force the bands who got signed or the artists that got signed to lease their instruments in their studios, forcing them not to be able to use their own instruments. In other words, they were just filtering more money into their pockets from the money that they were paid up front to do the recording in the first place, basically taking the money back. Here's $100,000 to record this album. We think you're going to sell well. By the way, it'll cost you $110,000 to rent these instruments to do your recording. Things like that. And it's not really exactly, that's not how he described it, but if you watch the video, he goes into more detail and kind of explains it more clearly. But that's essentially what was happening. And the same thing happens in movies. There'll be, if you go through the credits are like 10 minutes long now. What happened to the 5-minute credits, you know, with the 4 or 5 minute long song? Then you saw the, you know, copyright information and the date and all that stuff, and then it went to the studios or publishers, you know, logo, and then goes blank, right? That's the way it used to be. Now it's like 10 minutes, and it's got this long list of names. It's like, who are these people and what did they do? And it's nothing but friends and family. They wanted to get a little extra money for them. Here's a nickel for you every month. Got to credit the person who threw away your booger tissue. Yeah, pretty much. And game credits are getting more. They're getting the same way. The more popular things are. Deadpool 2 had the most names of any credits you've ever personally seen. And I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't. Start the damn game. It goes like, stop talking and just play, damn it. All right. No new emails.
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. That's a lot of nuts!
Wait. Get back to your foggy room. Yeah, really. Okay. Most problem you got is the start of films these days, yeah. Oh, it's nighttime. Maybe I need to go to my apartment. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's time to change the day. Too many logo intros. That's another thing, too. Anything that they... Wait a minute. It was nighttime in the other scene. Why is it daytime at my apartment? Something ain't right. Yeah, continuity be damned. I mean, what's going on here? This is X-Files. Do you really need to know? Now it makes me wonder if I need to go look around. 12-hour drive, yeah. What does that say? Eat the something corn. Immersion ruined. Time loss, yeah. Oh no! So you can't go that way. Supposedly you can pick this lock at the beginning with the book. I didn't try it, but wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Maybe it'll let me do it. Maybe one part of town is in perpetual darkness. It is alien technology, isn't it? Hang on. Let's see if I can pick this lock back here with the book. According to what I've read, it's a joke, but you can use this to do it. Beep, but I guess not. Next game will be, since I already said it like 5 times, Echo, Might and Magic 6. I've never changed my mind on that. Might and Magic 6. I only mentioned switching games because I had trouble getting the capture to work because of the way the GOG version runs. And that created a little bit of confusion, but from there, as far as I know, I feel like I've been consistent. Mandate of Heaven, yeah. Has soundbite potential. It is kind of a goofy game. Might and Magic in general had lots of good sound potential, especially the 4th and 5th one. World of Zine was pretty goofy. Okay. I don't understand. I guess now it's daytime. What the blazes is going on here?
Good job!
Yeah, good job. Now it's daytime at the docks. Talk about continuity be damned. Want to borrow the original discs? You still got them. I actually would love to have the original discs. I wished I had the fundage for that kind of thing. Because they're not that expensive. A game where I'll question how the status portraits will look like. Yeah, really. cook's not there. Now, I'm really curious, if I go back to the docks, will it be nighttime again?
Okay, let me review your notes.
6 is top tier when it comes to these portraits. I remember seeing them. They were pretty funny. I'll give them that. All right, let's go back to the docks one more time because I'm curious to see if it gives me the nighttime scene again. It's night again. Oh my god. Ah, it has the best portraits. Maybe I needed to go back to Smolnikov's warehouse. You mean New World Gaming employees in bad wigs? It's usually how it works, right? Look, it's Al Capone's vault. Oops. Oh, I guess I do go that way. Pie. I know I went through this already. Is there another one I missed, maybe? Ooh. I don't remember seeing these stairs here, but you can't go up them. Is your name Tim now? You do find it interesting they went with the voice acting in 4 and 5 to no voice acting in 6 through 8. Well, you know, Sierra did the same thing, right? There was no narration for which Space Quest was it? Was it 5? I think they had it in 4. They skipped 5 and then they brought it back in 6, I believe. Yeah. It's happened, you know, it's happened before. I don't understand why. I mean, I've been told why, but had to do with budget and time constraints, I guess. Hey, Tonda, how you doing this morning, man? It's good to see you. Man, my turkey is looking good today. That's kind of creepy, don't you think? Don't discuss my turkey on stream. Your turkey is missing gravy. Oh, that's even worse. This dude's warehouse is just abhorrent. It really is. Oh, crap. There we go. That's a turkey. It is supposed to be a turkey, yeah. Let's see. The wings and the legs. It looks more like a head crab. I mean, if you're... Could pass as a fluffy head crab. Exactly. There you go. Why they have to focus on that, I don't know, but that's what they do. It's based on a turkey. I'll see. You know what? You know what? Just because I haven't seen you very much lately. Could be Demon Head. Was that a doorbell? A doorbell? What? Those are not doorbells, unless you're referring to young Frankenstein. I mean, you could try. Never know if they aren't making any sound. That's true. You got a vintage headlights. The original. I really wish you could mess with that ThinkPad. Those things had that soft touch plastic y'all were talking about the other day, where it feels, you know, it's got that textured kind of rubbery surface, but after you've used it for a while, it starts to turn to a sticky goo. It's like, yeah. I don't think there's anything else here for me to gather. I really don't. They go, ooh, when you press them. Only one way to find out. All right, so if the warehouse isn't it, and the apartment isn't it because it's daytime, what about the field office isn't it? The crime lab was empty. The coroner's office was empty. We haven't gone to the Terracan. We're in Smolnikov, so I guess Terracan's next. But you know what? I got the manual or the walkthrough. Why don't I take a look and see? Okay. So we've gone to Smolnikov's warehouse. And we've picked up everything we need. Let's see. All right, so click on the Smolnikov's gun to give to Amos, run a ballistics test. We did that. Now then, you'll reappear in Smolnikov's lair. If you use your PDA or retrace your route, talk to Smolnikov and tell him about the gun. Again, he denies everything and Cook hauls him off. That's what we've done. That's the last we've done. Your cell phone rings. Amos's unhappy phone call. We've already done that. Go to my apartment. We've downloaded the fingerprint. We know that it was restricted. Click on the phone. Oh. Okay. 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 I know what's going on now. I remember.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers.
And then we get
Use your
ads.
Twitch Prime now.
So we do need to go to the apartment. Hey, Drew Stu, how's the X-Files going? Slowly, because I got stuck. I couldn't remember. Definitely a fixer-upper, yeah. So GameFAQs existed in '98. Actually, I believe they've been around even longer than that. But of course, we've always got Prima guides. They've been around for decades.
What the hell were you thinking?
About what?
About your little raid on the smugglers. I had turned that case over to the task force, and you two cowboys go running off shooting up a place without so much as a phone call? Do you have any idea how stupid I look?
You have Eminem 8's Prima guide? Oh, that's awesome.
I thought you knew about it.
How the hell would I have known about it?
Cook called you.
He did not.
He did. He said he asked for SWAT backup, though they never did show up and we could have used the support.
Look, don't lie to me. Do you need to get that?
No, the machine will pick up.
I guess I just heard
It's
you
definitely not
arguing.
as common, yeah.
Agent Wilmore, we must meet right away. Your actions are endangering the lives of Mulder and Scully. They are alive, but they won't be for much longer unless you act quickly. This has nothing to do with Russian smugglers. Sandpoint, Hangar 4, Dawn. Come alone, or I won't show up.
I don't know what kind of ridiculous Twilight Zone BS that you're involved with. And you know what? I don't care. I only came over here to tell you one thing. Smolnikov was just released for lack of evidence.
So she's mad because I didn't call her before the raid that I didn't set up.
Okay, the support check is late again. That's 3 months in a row. Look, you promised you'd get it together. I'm sick of this. Just do it, okay?
Jeez.
Agent Wilmore, we must meet right away. Your actions are endangering the lives of Mulder and Scully. They are alive, but they won't be for much longer unless you act quickly. This has nothing to do with Russian smugglers. Sandpoint, Hangar 4, Dawn. Come alone, or I won't show up.
I'd be willing to believe that he recorded that over the phone for them on purpose. I don't think he appears in this. Hey, Mar, how you doing? Good to see you this morning. But yeah, I don't think X appears in this except in that voicemail. Actually, no, I guess he does show up. Yeah, we'll see. So we've already looked at that. Okay. Oops. I feel like if it's a surprise, yeah. Maybe he does actually appear. I'm afraid that if I go, it's going to trigger a long cutscene. We've got just about 2 minutes left before these commercials kick off. All right, let's see. We'll there should be another waypoint. Didn't he say there was another waypoint, or didn't he say there was another location? Maybe not there. Not there. Where the hell are we going? Weird. I'm sorry that you had to do that, man.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Welcome in, Hobo. Yeah. Sorry about the bot gets kind of crazy every now and then. He said at dawn. Oh, what time? What time is it now? Well, can't see the time, but yeah, there's nowhere to actually see the time. But I bet you it's easy enough. We can just go crash here. We'll try the. Yeah, I can advance the day. So I'll save it here, and then when we get back, we'll send him to bed. And then we'll go see Agent X. All right, give me just a few minutes. We'll be right back. Enjoy the different Be Right Back music. By the way, this isn't mine. See you in just a few minutes. Hey, welcome back. Just in time, too. Hear the little guitar string. All right. Anyway, so where are we going? Oh, we're going to take a nap. There we go. Advance the day. Phone ringing. Yeah, really. So we heard the alarm clock. We'll take a look at the journal, which seems to update with each actual day. This appears, you know, I didn't actually look it up in here, but I bet you this is this is literally just a journal to tell you where you have been and what you're doing. Also gives you some points on your emotion engine feature. Like, are you going paranoid, or are you a straight shooter? Like, what's going on? All right, let's see. Astrodorian stormed in here and was raging about not being told about our raid. See, this is from the day before, so this is your way of catching up on the game. And in conclusion, considering all available evidence, it was Scotia who poisoned King Richard. Of course it was. We'll just blame Guardians of Destiny. That's for all the ills of the X-Files. Guardians of Destiny was a result of that. Okay. First thing in the morning, here we go. Sandpoint Hangar. Hang on. We're going to save. We'll just overwrite 22. I haven't really done anything if I go to bed, right? And then we'll go to here. Sandpoint Hangar 4. I do remember this. Seems to be absolutely nothing here. All the locations of this game are so wet. You don't see that very often in 3D games. Well, it is Seattle. Rain's like 11 point... Well, actually more like, you know, what is it, 13 months out of the year? It rains a lot in Seattle. Where are we? A disused World War II hangar. We're in a hangar somewhere in Seattle, waiting for Agent X. He's gonna tell us something. You know him. He was Mulder's contact in the first part of this X-Files series, before the other guy, because it was the black dude that was the informer before. He was like a senator or something like that, and then there was the white guy, the older white guy later on. Definitely not Elon Musk, no. No. This guy actually seemed like he meant well. I won't give you any more details about the character in case you've never seen the series, but you should definitely watch the series, because he's actually not necessarily a bad character. Yeah, Exhibit. Ah, here we go. Wait, so we're back here again. Damn it. He would never turn on the establishment. Dude is the establishment. You're right. Exactly. I watched... You mean the X-Files revivals? I did, but I'm kind of, you know... I'm a lot more forgiving when it comes to stuff like this. Oh, hang on a second. Cutscene.
Agent Romo,
There he is.
I'm so glad to see that you took my advice and came along.
Stay right there, that's far enough.
This is not a game, son.
I'm serious.
So am I. The most important thing is that you cannot tell anyone that I was here or that we spoke. No one in the Bureau. Not Cook, not Shanks, nor that Seattle police detective you've been teamed up with. Do you understand me? I need your word on this, Agent Wilmore, or I won't help you.
Yeah, Krychek. Krychek's history in the series is actually a pretty interesting little storyline too.
Who are you?
I have very little patience and even less time. Do I have your word?
You have my word.
Good. Listen very carefully to what I have to tell you. Lives are at stake here, including your own. Mulder and Scully are still alive.
So you said.
But they won't be much longer if you don't do something about it. Scully and Mulder are not together. You need to find the Jane Doe that was checked into the Presbyterian Hospital in Gold Bar 3 days ago. She's about to be released. This has nothing, I repeat, nothing to do with smuggled Soviet plutonium.
I have had a feeling that was the case.
I've had a feeling that was the case.
Listen to me. If you're going to help Scully and Mulder, you're going to need something more than a gun.
He's going to give him the ice pick. There it is.
Men have died in order to possess this. I'm going to loan it to you for a short time, because without it, there's no way that you could survive.
Why can't he just use an ice
The
pick?
man that Mulder and Scully were looking for and the man that you need to find if you're going to save them can only be killed by inserting this blade into the base of his neck.
The magical stiletto, yeah.
Who is he?
This man is not what he seems. If the injury is not precise, he will kill you. Do not try firing a gun. Don't attempt to do anything except to use this. If anyone discovers that you have it, you're a dead man.
He really is intense. He's a very interesting character. He's definitely got the whole shadow, aspect to him.
Don't forget the Jane Doe at Gold Bar.
All right. Really? I followed him. He killed me. For something to live, something must die. That's an awful thing to put on your tombstone. So now I gotta reload all that and do it again. That's pretty intense, let me tell you. Oops. Yeah, Sandpoint Naval Station, Hangar 4. That's where we are. Might have been around since World War II, who knows?
Agent Romo, I'm so glad to see that you took my advice and came along.
Stay right there, that's far enough.
This is not a game, son.
I'm serious.
So am I. The most important thing is that you cannot tell anyone that I was here or that we spoke. No one in the Bureau. Not Cook, not Shanks, nor that Seattle police detective you've been teamed up with. Do you understand me? I need your word on this, Agent Wilmore, or I won't help you.
You have my word.
Good. Listen very carefully to what I have to tell you. Lives are at stake here, including your own. Mulder and Scully are still alive.
So you said.
But they won't be much longer if you don't do something about it. Scully and Mulder are not together. You need to find the Jane Doe that was checked into the Presbyterian Hospital in Gold Bar 3 days ago. She's
Free to
about
blink. He hasn't blinked at all, has
This
he?
has nothing, I repeat, nothing
He
to
almost
do
looks
with
maniacal.
smuggled Soviet plutonium.
He never blinked in that entire scene. You're right. That's a good point.
If you're going to help Scully and Mulder,
Oh,
you're
man,
going to
I
need
missed
something
something.
more than a gun. Men have died in order to possess this. I'm going to loan it to you for a short time, because without it, there's no way that you could survive. The man that Mulder and Scully were looking for, and the man that you need to find if you're going to save them, can only be killed by inserting this blade into the base of his neck.
Okay.
Do I know this man?
This man is not what he seems. If the injury is not precise, he will kill you. Do not try firing a gun. Don't attempt to do anything.
Oh, he blinked! I saw it!
To use this. If anyone discovers that you have it,
Oh, there it is.
you're a dead man.
He blinked approximately 3 times. But you're right. If you want to look ridiculously intense and slightly insane, just don't blink.
Don't forget the Jane Doe at Gold Bar.
Alright, so don't follow him. He gets real pissy about that, so let's not do that. Alright, so there's the stiletto. I like that when you hover the cursor over it, the blade pops out. I still don't understand why you can't just use an ice pick. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Whoa! Take it easy, it's me.
I can see that.
You get grumpy when your asses run ragged, don't you?
What are you doing here?
Are you kidding? After that phone message, I wouldn't have missed this for the world.
Yeah, well, you better be careful or he may run your ass ragged.
I wouldn't mind that. He was kind of cute.
Cute. Precious springs to mind.
So, we kind of have a lot to talk about, don't we?
Yeah, I guess we do. But first, Jane Doe and Gold Bar.
Okay, so Gold Bar it is. The hospital. Always found it impressive how Robert Patrick didn't blink when firing weapons in Terminator 2. Serious reflex control. That's a good point. He's a pretty intense actor when he wants to be, too. But he did the same thing in
Hello.
T2. He was
May I ask your business here?
very intense. Oh, that's right.
We're looking for a Jane Doe.
May I see some identification?
Of course. How did you know we were cops?
Who else would come looking for a Jane Doe?
That's a good point.
What's your business with her?
We need to make sure she's all right.
Of course. What is her name?
I'm pretty sure it's Scully.
Dana Scully.
Yes. Do you recall the name of her immediate superior? I need to phone him and I've misplaced his information.
We're going to say Shanks. She seems rather
Shanks?
suspicious.
Thank you. There are some forms to fill out. My office is right down the hall here.
So I should never have said it was Scully.
I really can't believe I'm having to do this. After 5 years at the Bureau, you should know better. I need your badge and gun.
For what? Why? Why? What did I do? That's harsh. So, I just got fired because I lied to a suspicious lady? That was very odd. That was very, very strange. So, am I to lie to her? or tell her the truth. Now I don't know. I went with Shanks because I felt like this... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, man, I gotta go through all that again. Son of a gun. I should have saved it before I went to the hospital. I didn't expect to get fired. All right. That's a nice bike. It really doesn't get much more intense than the T1000. I mean, in so many ways, he definitely... Not that I can find... Which kind of sucks, because some of the cutscenes can be rather lengthy.
Agent Wilmore, I'm so glad to see that.
Stay right there. That's far enough.
This is not a game, son.
I'm serious.
So am I.
So am I.
The most important thing is that you cannot tell anyone that I was here or that we spoke. No one in the Bureau. Not Cook, not Shanks, nor that Seattle police detective you've been teamed up with. Do you understand me? I need your word on this, Agent Wilmore, or I won't help you.
You have my word.
Good. Listen very carefully to what I have to tell you. Lives are at stake here, including your own. Mulder and Scully are still
Makes it even
alive,
more intense.
but they won't be much longer if you don't do something about it. Scully and Mulder are not together. You need to find the Jane Doe that was checked into the Presbyterian Hospital in Gold Bar 3 days ago. She's about to be released. This has nothing, I repeat, nothing to do with
And keep them
smuggled
teeth nice and
Soviet
white.
plutonium.
Nice and clean.
So what is it? UFOs or secret government experiments?
I do admire your cynicism, Agent Wilmore. Too bad it's diluted with such naivete. Listen to me. If you're going to help Scully and Mulder, you're going to need something more than a gun. Men have died in order to possess this. I'm going to loan it to you for a short time, because without it, there's no way that you could survive. The man that Mulder and Scully were looking for, and the man that you need to find if you're going to save them, can only be killed by inserting this blade into the base of his neck.
Are you with the Bureau?
This man is not what he seems.
He just
If
ignores
the
you.
injury is not precise, he will kill you. Do not try firing a gun. Don't attempt to do anything except to use this. If anyone discovers that you have it, you're a dead man.
And off he goes.
Don't forget the Jane Doe at Gold Bar.
You know he's seen some crap, right? Okay. Whoa!
Whoa! Take it easy. It's me.
I can see that.
You get grumpy when your asses run ragged, don't you?
Guess
What are
I'll
you
save
doing
it
here?
before we
Are you
move
kidding? After
on.
that phone message, I wouldn't have missed this for the world.
Yeah, well, you better be careful or he may run your ass ragged.
I wouldn't mind that. He was kind of cute.
Cute. Precious springs to mind.
So, we kind of have a lot to talk about, don't we?
Yeah, I guess we do. But first, Jane Doe and Gold Bar.
Okay. So we're going to save it here. Because, you know, things went wrong. 23, save. Now then, if I die again or get fired or whatever, it won't be as big a deal.
Hello. May I ask your business here?
We're looking for a Jane Doe.
May I see some identification?
Of course. How did you know we were cops?
Who else would come looking for a Jane Doe?
That's a good point.
What's your business with her?
We need to make sure she's all right.
Of course. What is her name?
Why would you think we knew her name?
Otherwise, why would you be investigating unless you knew who she was?
That's a good point.
So what is her name?
We don't know.
Thank you. There are some forms to fill out. My office is right down the hall here.
I don't understand why he
really
gets
can't
fired
believe
for
I'm having
this.
to do this.
That doesn't make
After
any
5
sense
years
to
at the
me.
Bureau, you should know better.
They don't
I
really
need
explain
your
it.
badge and gun.
I can't think of any justification of law enforcement walking into a hospital to talk to somebody who is not registered, don't know their name, they're just referred to as a Jane Doe, and you are given a very tenuous hunch that this person may be involved. Like, I don't get it. Like, why in the world would you get fired for saying, we don't know who the person is, we just need to talk to them? You know, we could easily just come up and say, we think they're tied to an investigation we're working on. I mean, what's wrong with that? Why is that fireable? This doesn't make any sense. It's like the weirdest decision ever. So I guess we have to be honest? Yeah, maybe they forgot to shoot the connecting tissue. Yeah, probably.
Hello. May I ask your business here?
Let's lie straight up and say we're looking for my sister.
I'm looking for my sister,
I see. And what's her name?
Dana Scully.
Yes, her room is right down the hall here.
Wow, just straight up whistleblowing. She didn't
I
even...
really can't believe I'm having to do this.
Oh my God, this
After
is
5 years
ridiculous.
at the
That is ridiculous. Would Mulder be Jane Doe? Or Joe Dane? I mean, he'd be John Doe, but you probably know that. So I guess we have to be truthful. We don't have a choice.
Hello. May I ask your business here?
No, get out of my way. You're starting to aggravate me,
We're looking
lady.
for Dana Scully.
And who might you be?
I'm with the FBI.
May I see some identification?
Okay. Oh, never mind.
Yes.
I actually had to do it that time.
Do you recall the name of her immediate superior? I need to phone him and I've misplaced his information.
Walter Skinner.
This is her room behind me.
Has anyone else come to see her?
Oh no, thank God you're the first.
How did she get here?
She was brought in.
By whom?
This is what used to be called a sanitarium, Detective. We're not bound by the same strictures as a conventional hospital, nor would we follow them. We pride ourselves on discretion for the patients, the better they can heal.
How was her wound?
It's begun healing. It was mostly superficial. As to her other condition, I have no idea how to account for it.
What other condition?
I haven't been able to diagnose it yet, so I've been treating the symptoms. Lethargy, nausea, extreme listlessness, dehydration, memory loss.
If you had to guess someone's name, neither Fox nor Mulder would be at the top of anyone's list. You're absolutely right there.
Is she ready to leave yet?
Oh, I wouldn't think so. Moving wouldn't be life-threatening, but she might not find it very pleasant.
It sounds like a hangover. Yeah, really. And
Are you
here's
Dana
Scully.
Who are you?
Assistant Director Skinner asked us to look for you.
I didn't know I was lost. Who are you?
Agent Wilmore.
How do I know I can trust you? Who told you I was here?
A friend of yours.
Who? We don't know his name. That's ridiculous. You better explain yourself or I'm calling for help. Who sent you here?
You never gave me a chance. She never gave me a chance. Hey, Zerp.
I really can't believe I'm having to do this. After 5 years at the Bureau, you should know better. I need your badge and gun.
Did they record new... Yes, they did record new material.
Get some help!
It is so weird.
Not today!
This is like the hardest sequence of dialogue I've run through so far.
Hello.
So it looks like I
May
have to be
ask
straight
your
up
business
honest.
here?
We're looking for Dana Scully.
And who might you be?
I'm with the FBI.
May I see some identification?
I don't remember having this much trouble, but I do remember failing once or twice, yeah.
Yes. Do you recall the name of her immediate superior? I need to phone him and I've misplaced his information.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Walter Skinner.
This is her room behind me.
Has anyone else come to see her?
Oh no, thank God you're the first.
How did she get here?
She was brought in.
By whom?
This is what used to be called a sanitarium, Detective. We're not bound by the same strictures as a conventional hospital, nor would we follow them. We pride ourselves on discretion for the patients, the better they can heal.
Is she ready to leave yet?
Oh, I wouldn't think so. Moving wouldn't be life-threatening, but she might not find it very pleasant.
How was her wound?
It's begun healing. It was mostly superficial. As to her other condition, I have no idea how to account for it.
What other condition?
I haven't been able to diagnose it yet, so I've been treating the symptoms. Lethargy, nausea, extreme listlessness, dehydration, memory loss.
She just needs some Vita Vita Vegemin, that's all.
Are you
Hey,
Dana
Element Pizza
Scully?
Farts, how you doing? Welcome in.
Who are you?
Assistant Director Skinner asked us to look for you.
I didn't know I was lost. Who are you?
Agent Wilmore.
How do I know I can trust you? Who told you I was here?
A black man.
What black man? We don't know his name. That's ridiculous. You better explain yourself or I'm calling for help. Who sent you here?
Dude, seriously? Oh, come on. Come on. All right, looks like I'm going to have to save it right after the conversation with it because, I mean, how do I prove who I am?
Hello. May I ask your business here?
She sounds like a video.
We're looking for Dana Scully.
And who might you be?
I'm with the FBI.
May I see some identification?
Do I have to, maybe that's what it is. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe it's the stiletto.
Yes. Do you recall the name of her immediate superior? I need to phone him and I've misplaced his information.
Yeah, hints are on. I'm not too worried about hints on this one.
Walter Skinner.
This is her room behind
I am
me.
using the Prima guide sometimes, so I don't really care at this point. It's not that I don't care about the game. It's more of a
begun
story.
healing. It was mostly
Mr. Pointy,
superficial.
yeah.
As to her other condition, I have no idea how to account for it.
Well, in a way, it's not because that ice pick was
Has anyone else come to see
a
her?
key element
No,
in the
thank God
series
you're
at
the
this
first.
time.
How did she get here?
She was brought in.
By whom?
It was
This is what used to
cheesy
be called a
then. I still think it's
sanitarium,
cheesy.
Detective. We're not bound by the same strictures as a conventional hospital, nor would we follow them. We pride ourselves on discretion for the patients, the better they can heal.
Is she ready to leave yet?
Oh, I wouldn't think so. Moving wouldn't be life-threatening, but she might not find it very pleasant.
What other condition?
I haven't been able to diagnose it yet, so I've been treating the symptoms. Lethargy, nausea, extreme listlessness, dehydration, memory loss.
All right. So 24.
Are you Dana Scully?
Who are you?
In the series, Scully's had a couple of run-ins with the character that weapon is required for. Yeah, exactly.
Who are you?
Agent Wilmore.
How do I know I can trust you? Who told you I was here?
A black man.
What black man? We don't know his name. That's ridiculous. You better explain yourself or I'm calling.
It was the man who gave me this.
All right.
He told me I couldn't tell anyone about it.
Let's talk.
Here we go.
How do you feel?
Very weak. But actually, I feel a lot better than I did when I first came in here.
Could you have radiation poisoning?
God, I hope not. But I suppose the symptoms do line up.
Once you, you never go back. God.
Do you have any idea where Mulder is?
I have no idea, but we need to find him.
What is this used for?
You shouldn't show that quite so openly. I don't know what it's used for. Perhaps Mulder can tell you.
Is this from the part of the series where Mulder was missing? I think this is when he begins to go missing. Like
Where does
from
the
when
Terracon
the
fit
whole
into all
beginning
this?
of it.
Well, one way or another, they were involved in smuggling. I think that's a given. I think that there was an accident at sea involving plutonium, and Mulder thinks that they were somehow killed by an EBE.
EBE?
Extraterrestrial biological entity.
What did your autopsy on the crewman reveal?
The crew had all been exposed to levels of radiation consistent with a large-scale nuclear blast. Now, clearly that didn't happen, but Mulder took that as proof that a UFO had landed in the area and that an alien life form aboard the craft had irradiated the Terracon crew.
I take it you don't subscribe to that theory?
There is always an alternate explanation.
The originator of alternate facts.
What happened in the warehouse?
Mulder and I observed some suspicious traffic in and out of the warehouse. We went in to investigate. We were attacked by a number of armed men. I was shot. There was an odd light. Mulder carried me out of the warehouse. I blacked out and I woke up here.
You love the series? Hey, Pi, how you doing?
I'm afraid that's all I have to offer.
Oh.
What can you two tell me?
Well,
hang on,
there
Pi.
have been other burn victims.
I hope that doesn't mean that plutonium is being transported.
There's an unidentified man involved. We encountered him at the burn site and then later again at the hauling yard.
We found a connection between the warehouse and the hauling yard. It's a trucking outfit in Charnock, Gordon's Hauling. They've made numerous deliveries between the warehouse and a rural route that we haven't had a chance to investigate.
Seems to me that we need to find the identity of the man from the hauling yard, and that you two need to pay a visit to the rural route address.
What are you going to do?
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is get in touch with Assistant Director Skinner, and then I'm going to check out of here. I can meet up with you two later at your field office, but I think that we have to hurry. Agent Mulder may be running out of time, and if the smugglers do have him held hostage, they have little incentive to keep him alive.
Is this the man who shot you?
No, I've never seen him before. What's the matter with you?
Chill, lady, chill. All right.
Don't do that.
She doesn't like the book. Okay. All right. Let's see. She gets... Yeah, I think when she had a short absence from a few episodes because she got pregnant during the series, right? And I think her kind of minor disappearance was meant to kind of hide the fact that they couldn't put her out in the field without having to make a lot of compromising shots in order to hide the fact that she was very pregnant. So that explains quite a bit of that pie. Not unusual, but I think harder in this more action-oriented game. So we're going to save again because who knows, I might end up having to go through all that dialogue yet again. 25. And then we'll go out to rural route 111, whatever that is. 1121. Look, train car parts.
That little PDA of yours was right. I'm impressed.
Hey, I'm not afraid of technology.
But still fun to see, yeah.
Rear quarter panel from a 64 Dodge Dart.
Something with the number 82434 on it, right?
That's the idea. Looks like we got our work cut out for us.
Okay. Anybody remember what a 64 Dodge Dart looks like? Gillian Anderson also said that she really liked filming the hospital bed alien abduction scenes because they let her sleep during most of it. Hey, Vin Hallen, how you doing there? Welcome in. Let's finish going down this side first. You're streaming to a lot of Europeans. Most of us have never even seen a Dodge Dart. You know what's funny, Winter Slices, is you very likely have, just not under the same name. Then again, the age, of course, also being a factor. But a lot of those cars, U.S. domestics, if they got sold in the U.S., were oftentimes renamed. Some of them didn't make sense to Europeans. Just like some European names wouldn't have made sense to Americans. For example, the Japanese version of the Nissan, well, the Japanese and European versions of the 240SX, the Nissan 240SX, was called the Silvia and the 200SX because they went by engine size or more traditional lady names in Japan. That's why you had Fair Lady Z, things like that. What are we... Can we pick that lock? No. And we can keep going this way, huh? Nissan or Datsun. Well, that depended, like, but from, what, 81, 82, something like that, they switched it from Datsun to Nissan. I've heard two stories as to why they had two different names. And honestly, I believe the first one I heard more than the second one. The first one that I heard is that Nissan was very concerned about getting into the American market in the 70s after Toyota and Honda had already established pretty solid names in the 60s, early 70s. And they were afraid that the competition with U.S. domestics and Toyota and Honda would be too much for them to endure. So they decided to create a new name for the brand and use that. That way, if it failed, there was no lost honor. They could just kind of basically pin it on a company nobody'd ever heard of. And that makes sense to me. I get that, the way they work, the way the Japanese worked. And so that kind of makes sense. The other, I went the wrong way, I think. The other story was, I forget now exactly what it was, but it was kind of hokey. It wasn't quite so simple. I like the more simple explanation. To be fair, you probably have seen one episode of Knight Rider or the A-Team, or any number of those shows, yeah. Watch Rockford Files. That's another one for cars. In fact, Rockford Files features features a number of 70s cars, including Japanese cars. In fact, the lawyer girlfriend of Rockford actually drives a Mazda RX. I think originally she got an RX-3. But I want to say by the early 80s she was driving an RX-7. Oh, hi there.
Are we looking in the wrong place?
Doing pretty good, Abstractism. How are you doing today?
I don't know. This is the rural route, no doubt about that. Maybe just 82434 doesn't mean anything.
Whose theory do you believe, Mulder's or Scully's?
Scully's obviously a by-the-book agent. I think it's great to hear of a detective who's a creative thinker. I'm looking forward to meeting Agent Mulder.
What could they use this place for?
Are you kidding? I'm surprised their operation is this big. The thought of plutonium traveling all over the country via rail is pretty terrifying.
Especially considering Amtrak's record.
Yeah.
This yard is deserted. These boxcars haven't been used in years.
The Dart was the Charger with the big wing. No, I think you might be thinking of the Superbird, maybe? I can't remember precisely if that's the same body, but the Dart was a smaller car. The Charger was sort of a mid-size two-door. In fact, the Charger, I think it was a 69 Charger, was what the Dukes of Hazzard car was. I think that's right. I might be wrong. Somebody who knows a little more about them can definitely correct me, and I encourage it. Where the heck was it? I'm looking for... Oh. Well, that's useless. Why am I looking down here? Amtrak catching strays. Amtrak, our only train service that keeps getting hamstrung even more every single year.
Oh, the acid burned my armor.
Crap, I can't... Oh, there we go. Let's see, I can't get him to look back up. Oh. Cabron, how you doing this morning? Oh, wait, I need to go down. There we go. I think there was supposed to be... Doing great? Awesome. You got a Morning Biddo Street. There you go. And it's the X-Files on top of that. But what about the possible romantic relationship between Mulder? Now, that actually does get a lot more attention in the series, in the movies, as well as in... as well as in the revival series. Definitely worth watching it, at least to understand the relationship they had. That one bit from the beginning, yeah. Hey, Mystic Theurge, how you doing? Remember when Scully got abducted and had an alien baby and still didn't believe in aliens? Yeah, you can ask him about it at the beginning, because it was always kind of hinted at in the series But they didn't really tie into it until much later. Thank you for giving that shout out there, Echo. Man, this place is a disaster. Steve Milovsky, how you doing there this morning? The paint peeling off this. This puzzle isn't obvious, but you've been to the right place a couple of times by now. I'm sure I have. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was that I'm looking for in the scene. Like, I know what it is I need. It's finding the right location and clicking the right spot. That's where I'm running into a problem. I'll find it eventually.
Want a hint? That's right, you stupid son of a bitch!
Not yet. I think I'll find it. It isn't super obvious, but I will find it.
Great hat, man.
Rock here. All right, give me just a minute here. All right, hang on.
Moo!
Gregor Ka. Kaka? You say?
Gregor, 9!
Poor Gregor. Oh. Yeah, he's over here napping quite deeply, it seems. Oh, he didn't interrupt this time. Not this time. Aha. Man, the way that thing's shaking, I wouldn't want to climb it. So there's only 2 scenes. So how's this game for you? You think it was kind of boring, but you was never an X-Files fan to begin with. It's this game, as far as enjoyment, if you need a higher action game, this isn't it. But that's true for most FMVs. You could never really get fast action in an FMV. It's just not really. It's too difficult. You should get a treat. Oh, he behaves very well. He really does. There's 2 things that actually 3 things that Mystic does that gets him in trouble. One, he tends to chew on cables. So first opportunity he gets, he chews on cables. He makes a point of getting on the kitchen counter because he knows it gets his attention. It gets attention, and that's one of the other things he does. And then the third thing he does is he will go after Coffee's chair, and this chair occasionally. Yeah, well, he steals pencils for the same reason he steals cables, or chews on cables, I think.
You have mail.
So let's see what we got here. Monty Joffin. Who completed an initial analysis of the bomb type that destroyed the structure in Charno, Washington. A little concerned. This was a very professional device. I believe it used a compound called HGW907, which is an extremely powerful
Incoming
blast
ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Used exclusively by the U.S. military Navy SEALs, to be exact. It is a super stable compound that starts as two separate catalytic agents. When the two agents are mixed, they will not detonate if the cohesion takes place in the presence of a low amperage direct current, a direct current electrical signal. So long as the baseline voltage is maintained, the mixture remains inert. If the voltage increases, decreases, or stops, the compound instantly becomes super volatile. A heavy footstep from 10 yards can provide sufficient impetus for a detonation. Wow. This essentially renders any device made with this compound defuse-proof. In the case of the Charno device, a microcoupled negative presence capacitor was put into the positive lead line going from the timer to the blast mixture. So once the direct signal current stopped via either the timer or intervention, the capacitor kicked in with a large amperage electrical pulse that caused the HGW907 to detonate. A lucky operator might have been able to cut the line from the capacitor downstream, stopping the DC pulse, but the energy from his wire cutters closing would probably have been enough to initiate detonation anyway. I am concerned because the device of this nature should not be found outside the field of influence of the military. If an ex-Navy SEAL has managed to get his hands on some, and he has an axe to grind, we could have some serious trouble on our hands. A search of the available stockpile shrinkage records indicates all HGW907 stocks are present and accounted for. To my knowledge, this compound has never been available through the black market. Yikes. So that's no good. Wait. Oh, so she went to the other end. Okay, I see. I got it. I got it. I was thinking she was by the car. But she's not. All right. Oops. Where am I looking? KMC. Such a goofy little gremlin. He really is, isn't he? Yeah, I don't see anything like that. I don't remember exactly where. Hmm. I should just take pictures, huh? Why not? Oh, I can't go any further that way. So now we're back to Astadorian again. And we've got ads coming. So there's got to be something up here that I can do. I don't know what it is. Something I'm missing. Maybe I should just take pictures up here. I don't know. Whatever we do, I'm going to have to take a short break here. And, yeah, when we get back, we'll figure whatever's going on here. So give me just a few minutes. We'll be right back. Don't go nowhere.
Great hat, man.
Brains? Brains? Right, welcome back, everybody. Let's see, where were we? Trying to figure out.
Two number 9s.
Oh man.
A number 9 large.
That sounds good.
A number 6 with extra dip.
2 of those, please.
A number 7. 2 number 45s.
That's for
1
dessert.
with cheese and a large soda.
Extra large soda. Oh, let's see. So, I might need to help Coffee here in a second. Don't forget the extra dip, yeah. Oh, I've got 12 left? Oh, and I have to download them, I guess. Okay. Or I'm sending it back. And I like that. He just says large soda. Like, what soda would you like? There's only about 1,000 different flavors.
Maybe they only had one.
Yeah, it's possible.
Or maybe that's like saying, he'll have a Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
And soda. That's the brand he wants, a soda.
Yep. I don't know what this lady wants. I don't know what... Okay. Hang on. All right. Rural around 1121, the rail yard. So climb the pole at the top, turn once left or right. Oh. Never mind. I just saw what I needed to see. I didn't even need to go any further. It's a tool we haven't really used yet for anything other than goofing around. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's it right there. This is annoying when you stream on Twitch. You want to see your channel forces you forces to go to the control panel view. What? Control panel view? I'm not sure I fully understand what you mean. That happened here. Hey, Dark Mex, how you doing? And Kagua, also good to see you as well. I hope, aside from that weird issue, I hope you're having a good day. He means the moderator overview. Really? As far as I know, that's a... Oh. Was I not done up there? Yeah, it seems to me like moderator view would be rarely stream on Twitch. Yeah. Now, I think... Hang on, I'm just curious. So, it's probably link focused. So if I go to that... Yeah, so it would be just, you know, twitch.tv/moderator/Bitterman or whatever channel that you're at. I wonder, I'm not sure unless the link got saved that way. I don't really know why it's doing that. As logged in, go to, yeah, that's weird. That is weird. But when we do this, I can't look around. It just goes 8, 4, 2, yeah. First, that is so strange. I mean, at least it should be easy to exit, at least. Maybe it's a cache thing. Peter Steves, you wonder what it's like being a mod? On this channel, it's relatively slow, I think. Echo can tell you. He and Pi do most of the modding part, although Hummicker occasionally does something, and Coffee occasionally does stuff. For the most part, it's just watching chat and making sure things don't get out of hand. I'm fairly lax on some of the rules as far as, you know, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. Because I don't want it to be a negative stream for people, whether it be viewers or, you know, for myself. And you sometimes have to kind of play skeptic. Like, is that person posting that message because they're trolling? Or, you know, really what's going on there? That's like the worst of it. Okay, this is kind of an obnoxious one. So I did that. It says, find the rickety pole, climb it, and it's going to go down the pole. Detective Astadorian waits for you at the bottom. Talk to Astadorian, ask questions. I did that. And then she just stood there and stared at me like I was a fool. Where'd she go? The only channel you moderate, but also make sure all the info are correct. Yeah, exactly. Echo does the vast majority of that work. He really does. Because she was right there at the pole. Oh, there we go. Wait.
This car's been burned.
It's easy if you have all the if you have all the info on hand. You're not a fan of streamers misinterpreting messages. I mean, sometimes it's hard not to. It depends on, you know, what the person typed. But I try really hard not to. Sometimes it happens. I feel awful when it does because, you know, the intentions, that's the problem with text, right? You can't really have a really good conversation in just text. You don't get the emotion. You don't get the person's facial expressions. You don't get any of the physical signs. You lose inflections, which that can definitely, you know, impact things. Like, what were you thinking? You know, kind of, jokingly, half-hearted, you know, or half kiddingly, hey, what are you thinking? Like, are you crazy? What's going on there? Versus, what are you thinking? Kind of two different tones, right? You get two different ideas. Sometimes people do just type, like Jerk said, don't expect pushback. And yeah, and then sometimes people, and then you get trolls that come in that do expect a certain kind of response. And they'll say things that are just edgy enough to kind of get your attention and make you go, I gotta wait for more more things from you, because eventually you're gonna make it really clear, you know. So why didn't that show up before? That didn't show up before, so I guess that's part of the thing, and that's why she disappeared. But yeah, I try hard not to. It isn't easy. It really isn't easy. Now I can't talk to her. She won't talk to me. She's like, I'm not looking at you. Go away. The first person I ever banned said, among other things, February is racist. What? Oh, never mind. I know why. Yeah, I would have done the same thing. I've been like, what? Click. I don't need you in my channel, right? You knew what they were saying. And yeah. It took me half a second to realize. I'm not gonna lie, you don't see trolls as often as some might think. I don't see it took me several years before I truly got a troll in my channel. And the funny thing is I'm pretty sure I got a couple of trolls before. But if you either accidentally or on purpose figure out what they're doing and, you know, play into it, sometimes you can make a troll less of a troll and more of a viewer. It really depends on the individual, because I think some people come in and push buttons on purpose. Like they literally come in and push buttons on purpose, see what kind of a person you are. If you've ever seen, like, well, for example, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 last night, there was an interaction between the Cumans and Henry. Cumans and Henry don't have a good time together, because you remember, they're the ones who killed his parents at the beginning of the first one. So he really had a reason not to trust them and not want anything to do with them. I mean, you couldn't have a better reason, really. So the interaction with the Cuman and him started off as such, where he kind of pushed buttons with the Cumans, and the Cumans were like, you know what? Hey, I understand. Let's just have a drink and we'll talk. And then, of course, it was this back and forth. So sometimes people get into your chat and they can do that too as a troll. They just want to see what kind of a person you are. I mean, are you a joking person? Are you a serious person? And then, of course, they're not above going after you and just really laying into you on the troll side. But that's not always what people seek. So it's hard. I always kind of take that into account. It's overly complicated. It really doesn't make sense, I think, to most people. But, oh, I don't think I looked up there. Like I said, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. Vibe check is a troll, yeah. That's the best way to put it. Thank you. I think you just really described exactly what I was trying to say. A vibe check is a troll. That doesn't mean that they're not necessarily going to be a jerk later on, because I have had I've had viewers that ended up turning bad. I've even had to ban some that I've never had experiences with that went bad on another channel. That happened recently. No names will be mentioned there. And I hate that that's the case. You know, you never know. You never know. I haven't seen, somebody posted it, and I haven't seen the trailer yet. I need to watch the trailer, but I've heard a good bit about it. I still haven't seen the first Kung Fury. It is sad that many nerds are utterly socially inept and don't know how to talk to people. That, and, you know, people need to maintain an open mind about things like that. Sometimes people say things that aren't intended to be malicious at all. In fact, I don't think most people say things with a malicious intent, even if they come off that way. And
Cat's in the door, so the door's open.
all right. So I always try to go with the idea that, you know, that somebody says something and it's not necessarily pleasant or polite. Do they really intend that to be that way, or did they just, like you said, socially inept? Maybe they could have said something differently or better, and it would have made more sense. Pardon me. There's meaning behind that beyond just being nonsense. Oh, wait. Hey, Zaxler, how you doing there? Good morning. Let's have a drink and just talk. Look where that got Henry last night, right? You had that weird dude troll guy here for the longest time. I have no idea what he was doing. I don't either. I still don't know why, but I kept banning him. He just kept creating more, or she or whoever, just kept banning him, creating more accounts. And you know what? I mean, the first offense might be a mistake, but the second, third, and fourth are definitely, yeah. If they can't, well, even if it's still a mistake and they're socially inept, I mean, what else can you do, right? Eventually you have to boot somebody. It's not a choice. You either leave them in your channel and you ruin your viewership because nobody wants to be in your channel, or you ban one person and deal with the fallout. Retired 15005 681. So I'm assuming June of 81. It's boring to always be serious. Yeah, exactly. That also is one of the many aspects of being a moderator. If you're a moderator on a channel that has a significant community like a retro community, you can receive reports from other moderators about this and that person who has behaved bad. It is a real thin red line to watch because the person doesn't necessarily been bad on this channel while they have been on another. Yep, and that's happened a few times. I've had to decide to just go ahead and ban people from the channel because they had a negative interaction, a particularly bad negative interaction on channels that I fully respect, and I know the people well enough to know that that's not the kind of person they are. Like why that person would act like that on that channel is beyond me. But like I said, that was a recent event that we've had. And it sucks. It definitely does suck. Yeah, it's the nature of streaming, Van Hollen. It's, you know, it's the internet, right? I mean, sometimes people just have a bad day. And some people are easier to upset than others, for various reasons. I've had people get upset because of you know, phrase or something that was meant to be benign, but, you know, triggered some response, whether emotional or otherwise. Maybe it was something that happened in their personal life, because everything's happened to somebody, right? Everybody's dealt with something at some point, and eventually we're all going to have an experience that's going to have the weirdest response. Like people who have phobias over certain things that just don't make any sense. Like, say, for example, a phobia of Jello.
Hat,
Who knows?
man.
A wizard hat? Oh my God. You do know it's starting to get summertime here, right? So Astadorian was right here, but she's no longer right here. And now she's... I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Could be worse. Oh, please don't. You suppose that's the unique thing about streaming? Is that you now have a direct line to the TV and can talk to the host. Yeah, it is truly like TV, you know, that they talked about way back when TV was still new. Hello out there in TV land, and nobody could respond. Now people can respond. You've less streamers because after a while anything got to be a trigger for someone, so the chat rules just got completely ridiculous. No mention of teddy bears, earthworms. Yeah. I mean, there are certain things that I understand. Like, you know, for the most part, certain things should be left unsaid. Some things should be left unsaid. You know a streamer that banned somebody for saying sorry? Oh my goodness. John Romero's favorite Doom monster is Cacodemon. He says that on a last stream while playing My House.wad. Cool. Does this specific streamer dislike Canadians? Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. Sometimes the streamers, yeah. Because I mean, I've seen streamers. Well, okay, here's a weird one. Here's a thing that Twitch does that allows you to do as a streamer. You can set it up so that only subscribers can view VODs, or you can set chat to only allow subbed people to chat, and then they'll have like 3 viewers, and none of them subbed. It's like, you just don't want to chat, do you? I mean, it's just weird things that people do. Some people are just odd. Oh, I was happy to finally have a cool head for a change.
But now you have crochet on the brain.
If you wouldn't say it to your grandma, don't say it on stream or chat. Well, I mean, you know, grandmas can have some weird kind of things too, right? For example, I had a grandmother that I couldn't say darn around her. She would get so upset. That was the same thing as saying damn. And she would get so mad. You watch your language. You go out there and get me a Switch. Oh, God, really? Don't you dare say God. It was really, really rough. You just learn not to say certain things, you know, because it's just what it was. You're mostly a... Zorbred, hey, how you doing? You're mostly a lurker in channels you watch? Which, by the way, is perfectly fine. But sometimes you get weird interaction with the streamer, like I say something benign and get a severe reaction to it. Do I engage more? No. You change the channel, like Zaxler said. Exactly. Exactly. You got timed out for calling someone a mope in chat. That wasn't Kilgorge, was it? It is dangerous to speak trout in other channels. We all know this. Some people have a weird thing about that. I don't understand why, because he's not a bad guy at all. He's a super nice guy. He's just very strict on his channel, and that shouldn't upset people. That's one of those where if you don't like it, don't watch it. And he'd even say as much. If you don't like it, don't come here, you know. You can enjoy the content, but not mix well with the streamer, yeah. Yeah, that's for sure. In fact, that's what drives a lot of chats, I think, or a lot of streamers being really popular. It's like Riggs' channel. He exploded because he's so charismatic. He's really charismatic, and he's extremely knowledgeable. One time, he just said something like, this game would look cool to emulate so you could see all the details, and the mod sent me a really passive-aggressive message saying, don't tell the streamer how to stream. Yeah, see, I'm not like that. And I just said that's a weird way to talk to somebody, and that's not what I was saying at all. Which is kind of crazy, Cabron, because for me, most streamers are like, don't backseat, don't backseat. For the most part, I have a much more lax, or at least I feel like I have a much more laid-back version of don't backseat. I just don't want to be told how to complete something unless hints are on. They're allowed. I don't want to be told exactly how to complete something because what's the point in me playing it if somebody's going to tell me exactly what to do if I'm not looking for that? Unless I'm desperate and I'm asking for it. And don't tell me the story outcomes. Like, don't tell me the plot. I mean, I think that's universal. If you've not seen the movie, don't tell the person the ending. You don't want to hear it. What about dang? I don't think she had a problem with dang. Huh? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Left hand. Oh. You good? Okay. No hard feelings, that streamer, but it's weird, yeah. Is this Memorial Day weekend? No. I had to think for a second. It's next weekend, yeah. People say sorry too much. I'm getting there, Echo. Give me just a second. I'm reading. People say sorry too much than just being like, maybe I should say sorry. Yeah. Forgot to say instead of just like, maybe it's not your fault. Yeah. Good old Riggy Poo, yeah. He's so charismatic. I mean, there's it has a lot to do with that. It really does. Same, you look at talk show hosts. The talk show hosts that are popular oftentimes aren't necessarily always the funniest, but they're almost always the most charismatic. Look at Conan O'Brien. He's both funny and highly charismatic, but he seems to somehow struggle. He seems to still be niche. Maybe his. I don't really know why. I don't understand what it is. He's got great charisma. He can be obnoxious, but so can a lot of comedians. You get the backseating thing, yeah. And Drofferum, what kind of trivia would you like there? We got 90s, 80s, Star Trek. Kilgrove's cool. You just wish he streamed earlier. Yeah, see, that's my issue. He always streams so late. He's a night owl. But you're also not just not interested in walking people through games anyway. Yeah, I mean, what's the point? Sometimes I like to play the story. TNG, all right. The nerd-like urge to share your own knowledge in obscure games, meeting with the geek-like urge to see someone learn something cool by themselves, yeah. Conan was too edgy for the mainstream talk show host standard. I think you're right. Especially when it came to Tonight Show, that might have been kind of the issue with the Tonight Show, because that's always had sort of a stalwart, more conservative kind of a direction. It was never quite so edgy. And he really is kind of edgy. That's a fair point. I'd never considered that. And welcome in, by the way, Josu. But then there's Jimmy Fallon, yeah. And what's his name? The British guy on HBO. I can always forget his name. Let's see. What is a good question for our TNG? And I got to take this off because it's going to fall down if I try to look down, and I can't read this otherwise.
It's funny.
It was funny, yep. All right, let me find a trivia question here. Okay, here's a good one for you because wait a minute. Oh, John Oliver, that's it. Yep. Piers Morgan. No, Piers Morgan is just a jerk. I think that's pretty universal. As I've heard a couple of Brits say, "Hey, he's in America. You can keep him. We don't want him back." You were watching an old troll moment between Paul Rudd and Conan last night. Rudd played the Mac and Me clip on Conan's podcast. You like the series. You don't know what it is with Americans taking the worst British people they can find. I don't know. John Oliver isn't that bad, but Piers Morgan can be a real jerk. And constantly lopping off limbs with a battle axe is also kind of off-putting. Oh, different Conan. He's not a barbarian. His comedy might sometimes be barbarian, but, he's not a barbarian. Fever Dream, you forgot. All right, okay, here's your trivia question. This is about Lieutenant Riker. What was Lieutenant Boylan's nickname for Riker when he served aboard the Pegasus? What was Lieutenant Boylan's nickname for Riker when he served aboard the Pegasus? I remember that, but I don't remember the answer. It wasn't Hercules, I will tell you that. Why don't it be Hercules? It'd be hilarious if it was. Yeah. We've already got an answer. Two answers. When I saw it, I knew the answer. Was it Jean-Luc Picard? Jean-Luc Picard. Night, Jean-Luc. If we were lucky, maybe Farage will go there too, as long as Into the Heart of the Sun isn't an option. Terry O'Quinn guest star. Yep. Lost. Terry O'Quinn. John Locke. Number 2. That's his nickname. Number 2. I'll let you guys think about that one for a moment. Because, yeah. His nickname is Dot. Just nothing. He has no nickname. Number 1, I order you go to... That's just wrong. AKA the Captain Sloth. No, stop. Oh, man. Boy, that got dark, didn't it? I am just quoting Beavis and Butthead. Aha. But Captain, there's only one bathroom on the Enterprise.
Well, obviously this fire is recent.
Hey, can you pass the kitchen? No, wait. I know the answer. They called him Jonathan Frakes. Yeah, behind the scenes. No, but the answer was Ensign Babyface, and I'm pretty sure that was beginning of season 2, and it was, or somewhere early in season 2, and it explained why he suddenly got a beard. Because I want to say they even called him Babyface on the set at some point, like in the early season, because he looked so young. He really did. And he was like 30, I guess, or close to it. Then he grew a beard for, I think he grew the beard for North and South, wasn't it? When he was filming.
Looks like an operating room of some kind.
Was it season 5 or 6? Maybe it was later on. I couldn't remember. I just remember the episode. And I remember, oh, wait, it was later on in the series. Yeah. Now I remember. You never noticed the way he sat down in chairs until someone pointed it out. It's even a meme. It's even a meme, the whole chair sitting thing. There's a video of like all these different episodes where he sits in the chair. Apparently it's because he had back trouble and sitting in the chair hurt his back. Wow, season 7, episode 12. Was it that late? Yeah. I really need to watch more the series again. Finish watching it anyway. I've got most of the way through season 1. But kind of got hung up on some other shows. You never understood how swinging a leg over the chair was supposed to help his back. I think it was less about that and more about his back. He needed something to lean on. But I forget what happened to his back. The original Ferengi episode with the giant crystal French fries was so bizarre. It really was. And it's funny too because the Ferengi act completely different from the way they are in like Deep Space Nine and later on in the series. But one of the three Ferengi was Quark. He played the original Ferengi. He said he hated the way he played the Ferengi in the first episode, and that's why he modified Quark to be a little bit more likable. He just wanted to show dominance over the common furniture. Humans, yeah. The Ferengi in early TNG were cannibals with laser whips. It was really cheesy, too. Super cheesy.
Hey. I didn't do nothing.
Nobody said that you did. We just want to talk to you.
Quark's a great character. He is actually quite likable in DS9.
Is this your home? Home is where the heart is.
Wait. I think I know who that is. Hang on a second. Hang on just a moment there. I think I know who that dude is.
See anything strange around here?
Just the two of you. And the birds, of course.
He even sounds like who I think he is.
He's a nut.
What's this place used for?
Well, Don, the Boy Scouts conduct covert operations out here.
Let's see. No, it's not who I thought it was, but he certainly looks like him. If that's right. Homeless man, Clifford Fetters. Make sure. Yeah, it's not who I thought it was. At first I thought he played oh God, Frank Nitti in the Untouchables movie. He played another character in the 90s, and he has that hairstyle. He kind of sounds like him too.
You seen any men in suits or uniforms running around?
He does kind of look like
yeah,
Gabriel
all the
Knight.
time.
Really?
Yeah, ask Jane. I'm besieged by sniveling toadies trying to cheat me out of my sugar fortune.
There's been a fire in a boxcar back there. You know anything about that?
Sure, Don. I saw the guys who set it.
What did they look like?
Bloodless yuppies in cheap suits. Two of them. They backed that car up here yesterday and set fire to it. In my own backyard. Can you believe that? I have some stuff, Don. Got it out of that burnt car. You may want it.
What kind of stuff?
What, from the boxcar?
Yeah, the boxcar.
You tell me, Don. What kind of stuff do I have?
Yeah, I thought it was Billy Drago.
Equipment?
Clothes.
And he wasn't in it.
Papers?
Papers, yeah, you'd like that. Tax returns. My tax returns, probably. You from the IRS?
No, actually, we're...
Never mind, Jane. I don't want to know.
Photographs.
Photos? I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. You're in the neighborhood.
Computer disks.
Huh. You're a good guesser. They're all pervasive, that's for sure. Magnetism. The heart of modern man. Keep trying.
Give me a hint.
Memories, like the corners of my mind. Misty, watercolored memories of the way we...
I didn't ask him to sing.
Tape recorder.
You're a bloodhound. You're closing in now. What kind?
What kind?
Magneto-optical drive.
It's too complex, too technical. Think linear.
Slide projector.
Oh, no, you couldn't be further off the mark. Think. Did you eat breakfast today? It's the most important meal of the day.
Computer?
Someday, unless the Japanese have something to do with it. But for now, the answer is no.
No.
Moving pictures.
Yes and no. Sorry, you lose.
He's going to get hauled in for questioning. He should be. Are you kidding? Oh my God. Son of a biscuit. It's this guy Malkavian. He seems like it.
What is this used for?
As I just said, you shouldn't show that quite so openly. I don't know what it's used for. Perhaps Mulder can tell you.
Where does the Terracon fit into all this?
As I just said. Well, one way or another, they were involved in smuggling. I think that's a given. I think that there was an accident at sea involving plutonium, and Mulder thinks that they were somehow killed by an EBE.
Them's the rules of the game. As I just said.
Extraterrestrial biological entity.
What happened in the warehouse?
Mulder and I observed some suspicious traffic in and out of the warehouse. We went in to investigate. We were attacked by a number of armed men. I was shot. There was an odd light. Mulder carried me out of the warehouse. I blacked out, and I woke up here.
Yeah, there's a couple of odd moments where they do that kind of thing, Draft Run. I don't understand it either. Like, for example, if I don't identify who she is and who her superior is to the hospital, I get fired. I don't even know it's Dana Scully when I get to the hospital. All I know is there's a Jane Doe there, and we're supposed to go find her. But and then on this, why did I get a game over? Because a bum wouldn't tell me what was going on. I mean, he's got evidence, or he's got information, and he's clearly telling me he has information, and we're just going to let him walk away and I get a game over? You grab him, you take him downtown, and you talk to him. I mean, procedural like police case, yeah.
That's the idea. Looks like we got our work cut out for us.
You love Dana Scully. She's actually quite a good character as this, too. She's definitely the most down-to-earth character in the series, and even she gets a little bit skeptical, of course. The bum kind of looked like Otto from Repo Man. I haven't seen that movie since the 80s. And we got to go this way, and we pull up the binoculars. Hey, Sarisha, how you doing? You found her to be intolerable? Really? Really? I mean, she was pretty intense, like, especially when she was portraying the, there's no way Mulder's right, he's got to be a fool. There could be evidence right in her face of aliens, and she'd never, ever go for it. Which is her character. That's who she is. She just has a hard time believing because, I mean, if you think about it, you can believe something with evidence that's right there, but when all other evidence around you is telling you, hey, this doesn't add up. Like, for example, the aliens in X-Files ultimately ended up largely just being the black goo and alien DNA that was being used on other creatures and other people. And so they were kind of creating hybrids. But is that alien? Well, technically, no. So I kind of get it. I kind of get her skepticism.
Whose theory do you believe, Mulder's or Scully's?
Yeah, they didn't have the
Scully's
Tic Tac footage back
obviously
then.
a by-the-book agent. I think it's great to hear of a detective who's a creative thinker. I'm looking forward to meeting Agent Mulder.
What could they use this place for?
Are you kidding? I'm surprised their operation is this big. The thought of plutonium traveling all over the country via rail is pretty terrifying.
Especially considering Amtrak's record.
Yeah.
This yard is deserted. These boxcars haven't been used in years.
Yeah, sure, how many things can you go through before you start to give in and actually believe? See, the problem is that there is another condition I don't want to bring up specifically, but if you really think about it, there are things that are super common that you can tell somebody is fake and say, look, here's evidence to prove to you there is absolutely nothing that shows this ever happened. And they will go to their grave insisting that it did. Flat earthers are a good example. People who just believe that the earth isn't round. And, for whatever reasons, people have died trying to prove that. And it's bizarre. It's just so bizarre. And it boils down to some people, you can't shake their faith. It's just they know exactly what they believe, and that's just what it is, and that's the way it's going to be. And you'll never convince them otherwise. Like that Sinbad Genie movie where people swear they remember, yeah. Died or murdered, yeah.
This car's been burned.
Folks launching mortars in the military have to take the curvature of the earth into account to hit their target. Yeah, I mean, there's tons and tons of evidence to prove otherwise, but some people still insist on things like that. Again, they are so convinced somehow that you can't change their mind. It's just, and there's lots of events, especially right now, that are like that. Take anti-vaccination, which is one of those arguments that people have all the time. Some people are just absolutely adamant that they're the worst things in the world. You should never do that. And that's as far as I ever want to get into it, because there is a lot of stuff that boils down into that. Or the moon landing, yeah, that kind of goes with the flat earthers. A lot of the flat earthers seem to not want to believe the moon landing happened because it kind of shakes part of the theory. Prefer to believe that the earth is both flat and round at the same time. There you go. Who started the conspiracy theory that the earth is round? NASA. How long do you think NASA has been around? 6,000 years. Or alien presence UFO. I mean, but there are some things that you can kind of stop and think about. Like, for example, if the universe is infinite and we're alive and living on a planet as an advanced intelligence, at least on this planet anyway, what are the odds with the virtually infinite number of planets out there that there is some kind of intelligent life somewhere out in the universe? Pretty high, honestly. Just the existence, not necessarily close by, but just the existence. We'd never be able to prove it. The Earth is a donut, a big Dunkin' Donut. There you go. See, I'll go with that theory. That works for me. But a UFO does not necessarily have to be UFO. No, UFOs are not necessarily alien. They are just flying objects we can't explain. You don't believe we ever landed on the moon, but I do believe that Kubrick was such a perfectionist, he filmed the moon landing on location. I like that. But yeah, it's just, some things are just hard for some people to accept. So, and from that perspective, that's why I think...
Well, obviously this fire is...
That's why I think Scully's character is the way she is. She is exceptionally faithful. She's very educated, and she is very direct, and she always has an alternate explanation for things. And when she's confronted by something that she can't find an alternate explanation for, she looks for one. She tries to look for one. And that's what makes her character so much different from Mulder's. Mulder's just ready to believe. He's like, oh, look, there it is. That's proof of aliens. he's a little quick to jump to conclusions, but at the same time, he can sometimes be pretty methodical and try to make things more logical.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
I didn't mean to do that. There we go.
This looks like an operating room of some kind.
It is true, yeah. Yeah. But that's why you should always try to have as an open of mind as you can. Because sometimes the truth isn't as crazy or hard to believe as it might seem when you can apply some logic. It's why now UFOs are starting to be called UAPs, unidentified anomalous phenomena, because the term UFO basically, well, has become tied to the existence of, oh, it must be aliens. No. There's a lot of weird planes out there. Yeah, search for your own facts. Get your own facts. That's Cheez-Its. That's the truth about Cheez-Its. Get your own facts. Ooh. I didn't think I could look up there. Okay. Hey, Strider, how you doing? Not snacks. Get your own snacks. Wait. Get your own snack facts. I get all my facts from the Big Book of Knowledge, 1998 edition. Anything after that's fake. Oh, wait. I'm saving here because this is where stupid things happen. 28. To be frank, any Earth-flying vessel could be considered a UFO. It doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. Yeah, exactly. But that's the point. That was what UFO was. It was just, we don't know what that is in the sky. Doesn't mean we think it's something other than human. We just don't know what it is.
I didn't do nothing.
Nobody said that you did. We just want to talk to you.
Is this your home?
Home is where the heart is, near or far away.
That was informative.
Really don't need this guy. He's just going to be a pain in the butt.
See anything strange around here?
Just the two of you. And the birds, of course.
The birds are strange?
He's a nut.
What's this place used for?
Well, Don, the Boy Scouts conduct covert operations out here.
To be fair, Mystic, yeah, that absolutely was probably very true because, you know, it was a jet technology finally came into its own during World War II, and nobody knew what that stuff was. It's like driving through some very poor community in a motorized car in the 1890s. If they even heard about internal combustion engines, it was probably something somebody said and people thought they were crazy. And then to see something drive by, you're like, what in the world is that thing? Sure is noisy. You know, imagine 100 years later, or even not even that far, 50 years later, seeing something in the sky roaring along. You have no idea what it is because you've never heard of it before.
You seen any men in suits or uniforms running around?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Really?
Yeah, ask Jane. I'm besieged by sniveling toadies trying to cheat me out of my sugar fortune.
Or the common movie and TV trope where somebody shows up on a deserted island to find some natives living there who've never met a human before or a modern civilization before, and in order to get their attention, they pull out a lighter and they're like, "Oh wow, that's really cool! You can produce magic." They don't know what it is.
There's been a fire in a boxcar back there. You know anything about that?
Sure, Don.
So experimenting with hovercraft, VTOL.
What did they look like?
Bloodless yuppies in cheap suits. Two of them. They backed that car up here yesterday and set fire to it in my own backyard. Can you believe that?
All right.
I have some stuff, Don. Got it out of that burnt car. You may want it.
What kind of stuff?
What, from the boxcar?
Yeah, the boxcar.
You tell me, Don. What kind of stuff do I have?
Why does he call him Don? I don't get that. All right,
Incoming
give me
ads
just
for
a
you
moment here. Gonna let these
non-subscribers. Use your
ads
Twitch
roll
Prime
through,
now.
and then we'll question the bum again. So give me just a few minutes, and we'll be right back. let's see what we have. Excuse me. They always think about how you couldn't explain anything. You don't know how an electric grid works. Yeah, neither do I. So yeah, electricity is amazing, but I have no idea how to make it, though I think I could show how a piston engine works, not the specifics, but an engineer would be able to make it work. Yeah, I mean, you could get the basic concept down. That's actually something, Zaxler, that I have mentioned or have thought about quite a lot over, my life, is like, if you went back 150 years and took like a lawnmower engine with you, something really simple, and you could probably take it apart and put it back together again with some basic hand tools that would be available at the time. They're not that complex. It's mostly about tolerances and metallurgy, right? But the idea is there. They would have the technology to make them because they did. They could make internal combustion engines in the late 1850s. So you do something like that, and you'd look like some kind of an engineering god to those people because they would have no idea what that was about. It was new. 99% of the public had never heard of it, probably more than that. That doesn't mean that it's not something they could learn, obviously. They'd have the capability. It's just something new to them. Dara O'Brien, Irish comedian, does a funny bit about that in one of his stand-ups. It all goes into the wall. I can even do that. I can't explain a car. Yeah, electricity into the wall. Plumbing into the wall. Plumbing's another one. Yeah, I couldn't explain how to hook up a toilet. Plumbing's like a nightmare to me. I don't like doing plumbing. And it feels like it should be a lot more simplistic. You would basically be dumber than the average peasant because I can't farm either. That's true for most of us, I think. Even if you were an engineer and understood a lot of modern tech, you wouldn't be able to recreate it without intervening centuries of materials science. Try to get some medieval dudes to find and mine neodymium for you. Yeah, that would be one thing. Not yet, Pi. No need to snooze them yet. One more after the next series of ads. Thank you, though. There's a t-shirt you can get that's got like most of the important formula written down. Just got to be wearing that when you time travel. Oh, just like Ash did in Army of Darkness. He just opened up his trunk and there was a chemistry textbook in his trunk. Like he's smart enough to know how to read a chemistry book. It's a big issue too. You could maybe design stuff but never make it with the older materials. And they even talk about that in Back to the Future 3, talking about the technology to try and figure out how to make the DeLorean work. And then again in 55, because transistors weren't really a thing at that time. You just need to bring back a solar powered device with all of Wikipedia stored on it. There you go. Again, electricity is something that comes from a hole in the wall and tastes like ouch. That's true.
Equipment. Close.
It's not slide projector.
Tape recorder.
You're a bloodhound. You're closing in now. What kind?
Knowledge about herbs, simple hygiene rules would probably be useful in medieval times, but then as a woman, they would probably brand you a witch. Actually, you'd be surprised. In medieval times, they probably knew a lot more about herbs than we do. They would certainly know what is good and not good to eat. But again, we didn't even know how Romans made concrete 2,000 years ago. That was something that really wasn't sorted out until relatively recently.
Videotape recorder.
You're like a laser, like the light of the sun. Go on.
So, I mean, there's a lot of technology we've forgotten. We could probably make use of,
Audio tape recorder?
Oh, what a shame. What a disappointment. I thought you had so much potential. Aren't you embarrassed to be with this guy?
Jeez.
Videotape?
Yes, sir. We have a winner. Videotape it is. Congratulations. That was fun. I really enjoyed that. Thank you. $10. Pleasure doing business with you.
Thanks.
Yeah, they couldn't get plutonium for the reactor in the first one. Yep, because that wasn't a thing. Bought chicken legs 3 days ago and almost forgot about them in the fridge. Oh no! Want to see the result later? Preferably cooked. Yes. They just banned few Finnish, very old books of natural herbs and uses of the forests and near swamps. What? Why? The Roman simple concrete was a really good thing. That's exactly the point. Because they've still got stuff that's standing using that concrete and that shows no real signs of damage or wear. It's almost like it's indestructible. And so they've always been fascinated by what the Romans were doing 2,000 years ago, and we have no idea. It's like we could take advantage of that in technology today, and we don't know how to do that anymore, yeah. Don't they say people used to be able to reuse soil a lot more before it went fallow? And we don't know how to do that today. I don't know if that's true or not. I know that I know that we have a better understanding about how to manage soil now. But if you take a look at the Dust Bowl era for the U.S., that's a good example of how they allowed certain things to go bad and then not fix it. Hey, Mr. Steel Rose, how are you doing? I saw you were playing Pantheon. How are you enjoying that, by the way? They did figure out Roman concrete like in the past 20 years or so. And it seems to have something to do with volcanic ash. Greek fire is still a mystery, yeah. I have completed initial analysis. Oh, yeah, we've already gone through that. Blah, 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 blah. You're playing it right now? How's it going? Are you enjoying it? Newest book they banned was about using mushrooms on pains. And if you have percolate too much. Huh. It's the best game of its kind. Awesome. I really wished I had more time to be able to play that. I'd practically have to just stream it for me to be able to play it. Okay, so we've got a videotape. So we're going to save it before something stupid happens and I have to go through all that again.
I don't want that.
All right. Let's go to the apartment and see if we can watch the video. Oh, I remember this video now. I know what's on it. I forget how I get back there. No? How the heck did I watch this videotape? Oh, I haven't opened this yet. Thank you for submission to Last Call. When fantasy and night meet. Unfortunately, it did not meet our present needs. Though we may make suggestions, this is not a rewrite request. Not quite for us. Too slow in places. More suspense atmosphere. Not particularly scary. Aww. Your story was read by our editorial staff, and it did not meet our requirements due to one or more of the above checked reasons. And always include an appropriate word count in upper right-hand corner, first page. Thanks. The real play is to first go forward in time to steal more impressive tech, then go back in time, like that Star Trek guy. That was kind of sort of a plot from Briscoe County, actually. Everything... Oh, wait. Yeah, here we go. Hum of the earth. Everything we first walked into a bar... everything when we first walked into a bar seemed fine or not to matter at all. What a weird sentence. Dr. Berlingoff Rasmussen. Bring It to Your Mind, Just Carry It Home. Riddick Special Edition 2 DVD Steelbook. Oh, interesting. The real play is, you steal a sports almanac. There you go. Or write down the winning lotto numbers. Let's see. Auction bar finder. It made little difference which bar. They all seemed the same. Dark and cool against the blinding heat, like a cave housing icy underground springs in the Mexican Rockies in the dead heat of summer. And drinking then seemed natural and easy and set our heads. This is such a weird, no wonder his book got denied. All right, so I don't know where to go. Let's go to the field office. He goes straight to his desk. I guess this is where we were heading.
Put it in.
That's what she said, huh? Are you serious? He's got a videotape player built into his computer? Wow.
What's up? Mark Cook, Mary Asadorian. Mary Asadorian, Mark Cook.
Nice to meet you.
She should be ripping him a new one right now. He's the one who claimed to have called her and didn't.
Okay, somebody's obviously cutting on something. What do these clandestine medical experiments have to do with Russian smugglers?
Yeah, and if this guy's a surgeon, what was he looking for at Gordon's Hauling?
And what was that experiment being performed?
I don't know. Whatever it was, the patient didn't look human.
Is there any way to ID the good doctor there?
Yeah, all you gotta do is take a frame of the video and match it against the databases. It can definitely be done.
Okay, so let's do it.
You wonder if the guy won the lotto like 3 times. I know there are instances where somebody has won the lottery like multiple times, but I don't know about in a row. It's almost certainly going to be under government military. So we'll just go with that first. Yep. Colonel Roach, Jonathan Roach. Let's see. Graduate of the University of Rochester. He's divorced. National Security ordered censorship of some information concerning the subject. Prevents disclosure of all pertinent information requested unless recipient has proper clearance level D4 and above. March 95, Colonel Roach given commendation and assignment to Eisenhower Field, Alaska. His duties deleted. I'm surprised it didn't say redacted. I mean, seriously. In 1988, Colonel Roach promoted, assigned to Perky, West Virginia Medical Facility as staff physician. His duties included deleted. Following deployment to Central America and Guyana, Major Roach was deleted until establishment of deleted. It's really a lot of deleted. Promoted to major, assigned. Wow, in 68, this dude's been in the military forever. Assigned to deleted, posted to Karachi, Pakistan, stationed as overseer of personnel training, associated with with Operation Black Cloak, classified. Nature of work, movements from 75 to 82, classified by order of NSA. February 75, subject joined U.S. military service, Naval Medical Corps. Division of U.S. Marine Corps, assigned duty at deleted. In 72, completion of studies at University of Rochester, subject signed as intern at Rochester Institute of Medicine. Was he might have been. He might have been. I mean, he might have, for officer, you have to have a degree, and given his age, he could have been a prodigy. So I can't forward this, though.
Bingo. Okay, what do we have here? Dr. Jonathan Rausch.
What's him, all right? Wow. Military, huh?
Yeah, looks that way.
What's that?
Someone's trying to establish a video conferencing link.
Oh, what the hell. Never really tried to use this thing before.
Here we go.
Agent Wilmore?
Yes.
There they are.
We're in the right place.
So the lone gunman.
Who are you?
Friends of Agent Scully.
Some of us are more than just friends.
She asked us to contact you.
How did you get this address?
Well, we assumed you had the standard issue bureau box on your desktop. And all those are equipped for full duplex video conferencing, though nobody ever uses it. So we just looked you up in the Peekaboo white pages, which list the DNS entry and IP address of every Peekaboo-equipped machine in the country. Pretty straightforward, really. You want Janet Reno's number?
No, I'll pass, thanks.
Are you sure? She keeps the computer in the bedroom.
Oh, God. He's such a creep.
What do you want?
Agent Scully contacted us with information about the case you're working on.
Now, based on what Dana told us, we believe that there's a top-secret facility in Alaska involved.
The lone gunman. They were the lone gunman. It was kind of a joke too, because originally it was lone gunman, one person, but they called themselves the lone gunmen, which is really, really bizarre because it's not one person, it's three people.
Okay, what's the big deal about Alaska?
This facility is used as a nexus point for most of the government's West Coast boxcar work. If this is true, Mulder's in incredible danger.
This facility was built in the early 60s. We think they chose Alaska so they can use the Aurora Borealis to hide UFO traffic into and out of the base. We also think an alien craft recovered in the Pacific is stored there.
You know, they actually had a spin-off TV show that bombed pretty hard by themselves.
What's boxcar work?
One of the great unspoken peace dividends. The government has a massive network of rail cars, which they can use as mobile surgical theaters, autopsy rooms, and quarantine facilities.
These boxcars have a twofold purpose.
They allow the government to quickly pick up and transport stray EBEs, and they serve as a mobile base of operations for a series of genetic experiments.
What kind of genetic experiments?
The cross-pollinization of the human race, intermingling human DNA with genetic material from EBEs.
Great, I don't believe this. Suddenly I'm Barbara Bain to your Martin Landau.
Yeah, I forget. It didn't have very many episodes. It died pretty quick. And wasn't that JFK assassination conspiracy reference they always talked about it with Mulder? Yeah, that was a topic that came up, I know.
Where's Mulder?
We're not sure, but knowing Mulder, if there's a trail leading to this facility, he's following it. Scully mentioned an unidentified man who was of some concern. Did you manage to determine his identity?
Yeah, Dr. Jonathan Rausch, a Navy surgeon.
You know, where's he stationed?
Eisenhower Field, Alaska.
Oh yeah, that's the guy. He served a stint in Perky, West Virginia?
Yes.
This is bad.
Listen, you have to get there. Mulder may not have much time left. First go to Rauch's house and then on to the secret base.
Okay, how do I get to the base?
Well, Scully said you had a PDA?
That's it, Sepulchre time.
Great. I'll email you the GPS coordinates of the base.
There's a fax. The Canadian border guard was found dead this morning from massive unexplained burns, and Mulder's rental car was observed crossing the Canadian border into Alaska. I don't believe this.
Well, that's it then.
No doubt about it. You're gonna have to get there ASAP. I just uploaded the GPS data.
Okay, if you want to keep Mulder alive, we gotta get moving. You get to Roush's, you're probably gonna want to take a charter flight. The airline's gonna be too busy. I'll keep everything nailed down here. Contact the Juneau field office, get you some backup. Think you can scare up a charter flight for this man?
Sure, I can do that.
Okay, let's go.
You want a window or an aisle seat?
Well, maybe you should come with me.
I don't think so.
Why not? It's your case, too.
Yeah, Alaska's a little outside my jurisdiction. Besides, I have real detective work to do. You be safe.
I will.
Aww. The OG series just went on too long. I can agree with that to a degree. I still enjoyed it, but yeah, they could have ended when they did the first movie and turned it into a movie series and kind of did a Star Trek thing. I think they would have been better off. Just have a series of high quality movies instead of chasing what got weirder at the end of the series. Byers, Langley, and Frohicke. I couldn't remember Byers' name, but yeah, Langley and Frohicke. Langley, the most normal of the three, arguably.
You have mail.
Force 10. Oh yeah, that's them. Okay, we're glad to hear the Scully as well. Hope same for Mulder. Attached file contains GPS coordinates for your target. Good luck on the hunt. All right, so that's where we're heading next. But before we do, it's always wise to save. And the mouse just... Oh, there it is. It's like, where'd the mouse go? I might need to restart the computer. Or restart the game. Okay. I didn't know if I needed that or not, but... So that's one way in, maybe? Frohicke always suiting up for Dana. That's why he made the comment. He said, "Some of us, anyway." Talking about we're friends of Dana Scully, and Frohicke responds, "Some of us, anyway." He was hinting that he's always had sort of an infatuation with her. Definitely going to go upstairs shortly. Ooh, what's that? Oh. Let's explore the kitchen. I don't remember what it was that I needed in here. Oh, there's only 2 views in this room. That's just another doorway, and that's the back door. Okay. Hit the little water bottle. And these are kind of cool, really. Get like the 3 or 5 gallon water bottles and then that little ceramic base so that you can get water from it. But it won't cool it, of course. There's no cooling element to it. I remember these little stereos. They were kind of cool back in the day. Uh-oh.
Hey, wake up. What happened to you? Where's Mulder?
Is he? Okay, well, I can't use that on him. Is there anything? I can't use anything on him. He's not responding. The Grease Man, right? Doesn't seem that there's anything else I can click on in here except for... I don't know if the guy's dead or what. Oh, pull down the, the attic ladder. That's the cleanest attic ladder I've ever seen. It's like it's brand new. There's Mulder.
Jeez, man, do I know you? Cable guy. You alright? No. What's the matter?
Poke him with a stick.
My foot's gone to sleep.
He doesn't say a word? No hello?
Agent Wilmore, FBI. Funny, I took you for a spook. Spoken with Scully. How is she? She's better. She's out of the hospital. No, it's a sanitarium. I dropped her off there after she was shot in the warehouse. I called the Seattle office for more backup, but all they sent me was more cleaners from the NSA. Who'd you speak to? I didn't have time to ask. We barely got away. I didn't want to notify anybody of Scully's whereabouts because I didn't know who I could trust. I've been looking for you. Well, you found me. How did you get here? I was in a rail yard when Roush kidnapped me and stole my car. I always wanted to see the Pacific Northwest. Unfortunately, there's not much view from the trunk. Roush is downstairs. You're kidding. He didn't flame you? I beg your pardon? Nothing. What condition is he in? Unconscious and covered in 40-weight motor oil. Oh, Roush. Yeah, he always did have a kinky streak. Well, let me guess. Was this rail yard on rural Route 1121? You got it. They use it as a staging area. Yeah, so I've been told. Frohickey sends his love. Well, you're quite the social butterfly. Frohickey, Roush, Scully. Do you know Skinner? Yeah, he set me on the case. I should have known. Why did Roush kidnap you? Roush is a Navy surgeon who's involved in alien experimentation. The alien that controlled him, or controls him, crashed into the sea 2 months ago. You did say the alien that controlled him. Well, there's a species of alien that can use humans as host. The parasite completely takes over the target human, even gaining access to knowledge that the human possesses. The only way you can tell the difference is there's a thin film of black oil that swims over the victim's eyes. The crew of the Terracon came across one of these Valdez-type aliens, who promptly nuked them. The government apprehended it and put it in one of their boxcars, but somebody screwed up and it escaped.
Hey, Jason, how's Ground Zero treating you?
Yeah, Roush had that same black film on his eyes. Yeah, you're lucky he didn't try to kill you. I'm pretty sure the alien's trying to get back to its ship. That's why it used Roush to get here, but I have no idea where that ship might be. As I was coming up, I saw a man in black fatigues leaving the house. We've got to catch up with him. He's the new host. But we have to figure out where they're headed. I know. I was given the location of a secret government facility by 3 men via video conference. Oh, that sounds like a reliable source.
Call the Machine. That was a good one. I was very, very happy with that. For a new DLC.
Agent Wilmore, it's Dana Scully. Where are you?
Juneau, Alaska.
Have you found Mulder?
Yeah, he's right here.
Thank God. Can I talk to him?
It's Scully.
Scully, where are you?
I'm on my way to Juneau.
Well, who's your travel agent?
Byers, Frohickey, and Langley.
God love him. Do you have your cell phone with you?
Yes.
All right, I'll call you back. All right, then, let's get going.
Not having your own phone. Well, he was, you know, he was being held hostage.
Great, it looks like we got some uninvited guests.
NSA?
Or Jehovah's Witnesses. I need you to keep them busy for me long enough to meet Scully back at that facility. Then you get away and meet us there.
Hold on. I was assigned to find you and Scully. I've done that. I'm out of here.
What kind of attitude is that? The game's not over yet. Don't you want to wait around for the payoff?
Okay.
Arcade Castle. How you doing this evening? Or this morning? Still barely morning. Alright, so this ultimately turns into another shootout type scene, so we're gonna save. And or at least I think it does. You like the way they get out of the car and just stand there menacingly. That's what the direction was. Exit car, stand menacingly. Legs shoulder width apart. Doing pretty good. How about you? Not much stormed most of the morning, so waited until it died down to go mail some things. About to have some cereal. Ooh. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're doing pretty good. Yeah. Wow.
It's him.
Thank you.
That was Wilmore. It must have been years before they found him. It's on nothing but bones. Uh-oh. There's a hint. That's Cook. That's his partner. Is he gonna light up the case files? I mean...
You are so dead.
Things are getting spicy. Let's see, what do we got? So clicking on the SUV takes us to another facility. Interesting. Oh, it's just...
His burns match the others. Mulder's gone on ahead. I don't think we have much time.
Okay. So it took us... We're actually at the... pretty much at the end scene. We may finish this today. One of this game is 3.5 gigabytes. They had to capture so many scenes, even duplicates with variations. Yeah, in some cases, but a lot of times they'll use overlays too. So, for example, they'll have a background scene, but then they'll just do green screen somebody over it or something else on top of it. So they use some, I guess, yeah, some overlay shots, things like that. Hoping to swap your new smartphone this evening. Ooh. There's more of the shadows. Yuli, good. good morning, or good evening, I guess, depending. And like, what's the purpose of this room? You took photographs of 3 different brick walls, or probably the same brick wall at 3 different distances, and then said, "There's your room." Why? All right, now there's some kind of a timer and hunt going on at this point. Don't remember exactly how this worked, but I will die numerous times because this is technically the end of the game, so we're kind of in the middle of a boss fight.
I need your help, Scully. I need 2 of these keys to get past the blast door and into the storage chamber. I need for you to help me.
Uh-oh.
Run.
Yeah. That was the trigger. Okay, that sucked. That sucked. As I said, we're gonna die a few times in this. All right. I'm gonna overwrite that. Well, we'll go to the next save, 33.
I need your help, Scully. I need 2 of these keys to get past the blast door and into the storage chamber. I need for you to help me.
Run.
All right, so don't go that way. Trying to do a Mako romance so far. Enjoying the replay of the bounty hunter story and her loyalty quest. Oh, interesting.
I need your help, Scully. I need 2 of these keys to get past the blast door and into the storage chamber. I need for you to help me.
Wonder if they got Brian Thompson to stand in for Mulder in that scene.
Run.
Shoot him now! Shoot him now!
All right. I wonder if I can... Let's see.
Come on then! You want to go? You want some argy-bargy?
So anyway, I started blasting. Yeah. Whoa!
All I did was unplug my
Agent Wilmore, I'm glad you're here. I know where Agent Mulder is. Come with me.
What? Oh, no, 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 no. Okay.
Bitterman, no!
Come with me if you want. I should have shot Scully. You can't, because you can't kill the host. You have to use the... Whoa! Saxman.
Holy crap!
So I tried to use the ice pick on her and she nuked me. I got nuked. This was actually kind of a weird ending. I remember dealing with this the first time and I thought, yeah. I don't think I really need to go there yet. I can't go that way. Okay, so that's not who I thought it was. Funny how this is basically Mist. In a lot of ways it is. It's like Mist with videos. Instead of just pre-rendered painted backgrounds. Let's see. All entry attempts recorded. I think I get the password somewhere else, but I gotta keep searching. Basically an inverted Mac System 6 UI. Life support systems entry. It's just a server cabinet. The password is Hunter 2. Well, that got somebody's attention now, didn't it? Oh, hi there, all these dead bodies. That isn't disturbing or anything. Oops. They look like Umbrella Corp members. Wait. Ah, okay. I gotcha. Yeah, I remember this area. I gotta stop wasting my bullets.
Oh, it's you. I don't know what's wrong with Mulder. I think he's in some kind of a narco-somnambulistic state. Maybe if we can lure him into the isolation chamber, I can contain him until I can figure out how to treat him.
Okay. How are we gonna do that?
Well, first of all, we need to locate the other key that Mulder was looking for. Now, whatever is in that room is protected by some kind of a blast door. It looks to me like the door is operated by 2 key panels. Both keys need to be turned simultaneously, like launching a nuclear missile. Now, there's a key guard in the corner of the room. Maybe if I distract him, you can come up behind him and knock him out. Then we can use the key to get Mulder into that chamber. But first, we have to get the isolation chamber powered up. Now, the door to the security area locked itself behind me, so we have to get that opened up first.
Okay. Good point to save, huh? 35. Wait. All right, well, that seems to have done something. Oh, it just takes me back there. Okay. Can't talk to her. Oh, that just takes us back into that room. Gotta put him in Magneto's prison cell. That's what it looks like. Okay. Interesting. They look like little desk chairs. For school. Oh, look, it's a stainless steel table. And a garbage can. Exciting.
Good job!
Not today. I agree with you. I really do agree with you on this, Pi. This is the worst part of the game. Alright, so that is open. I don't know if it stays open, but it is open. Looks like one of those shadows. And I think I'm gonna save it again. 36. I think I need to find a key. Hey, Susie! Finally the weekend.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Okay, there is a way to get a key card or a password or something, but I don't remember where I saw it. She said there was a guard we could sneak up behind. Flash an angle, an alien. Mulder will come running, make a Looney Tunes wolf whistle, and then you could bonk him over the head. The old bonk defense, yeah, that'll do it. The bonk strategy. Yeah, we've already been in the room of nothing. Why it's even an option to come in here is beyond me. There is really no reason to have put that room there other than just to mislead you. Wait, that's where we came from. Oh, that's right. So we can't go that way. Let's go back out that way, and then we'll go this way and into this room. We've been in this room. This is where the computer is that I would like to access, but don't have the password. We can go in here. I hear something. BFK doing some quick mask cleaning. Oh, hey, I don't blame you for that. Take care of your business, man. It's all right. Getting close to the end of the game. Do you figure? Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is the end game. This is the end of the game. It's just trying to figure out how to get into a certain location. Did I use the magic stiletto? I tried once, and I got nuked and died for it. But it does come into play. I vaguely remember using it once. I keep trying to shoot everything. That's been my biggest problem. Hopefully you can see it. Yeah, it'll come into play only once. Mulder Nukem or Ion Scully? Yeah. I think all the guards in the area have been shot. That's the computer room we want to get into. That's an area we don't need to go into. I think one of these guys has like a key card or something I can access. We're going to take a brief break here. When we come back, we'll continue the ending to the game. I feel like we'll be able to finish this before the end of the stream. I should be able to complete it within an hour. Worst case scenario, I'll use the Prima Guide and see how the ending rolls. We'll go from there. Anyway, give me just a few minutes. We'll be right back. news riff. News you can rock to. Iron Fury is great, chock full of secrets. Oh man, it is a love letter to old Apogee games for sure, isn't it, Phalanges? How you doing, by the way? I remember the intro. I used to make a joke. I did watch some MTV after this, but I used to make a joke as a kid. I watched when Thriller came out on MTV. I stopped watching MTV because I didn't think anything could top that video. It was such an epic video for the time. But I really didn't watch much MTV at all. You remember MTV had some amazing claymation and animation bumpers, but no more than that. Yeah, they had some great stuff when, up until the mid-90s, when it started to shift into the reality show kind of stuff. And it stopped, they started to play less and less videos and more, like, garbage TV. They had some good, like, be realistic, Beavis and Butthead and Daria and all that kind of stuff were really popular and did really well. Oh wait, where are we now? Oh, okay.
Wilmore, any sign of Mulder?
No.
I haven't seen him.
Oh
either.
yes, please, Pi.
What was he talking about? Why is he looking for a key? And what kind of key? He said something about a storage chamber. Now I have to figure out why he's behaving this way and somehow get him out of here.
Yeah, I remember that now. I do remember that. Yep. It's been a long time. I hadn't even thought about that. I definitely remember that. You remember the first time you saw Metallica was on MTV and you were stunned, like, music isn't just top 40 pop and Eurodance crap. What's really funny, Winter Slice, is that, music videos originally were just promo videos. Like, they've been doing promo videos since the 50s. And they weren't necessarily made for public. They were usually used to sell to a studio or some publisher or something like that, because they might want to buy that band. I know there were promo videos for Elvis. There were promo videos for several of the Motown artists, like some of the girl bands. Of course, there's a lot of promo videos for the Beatles, and of course, the infamous Monkees music montages are arguably considered like the earliest versions of actual music videos. They weren't just, guys standing on stage playing their guitars and drums and singing, which was pretty much what promotional videos were back then. A real Newton screenshot. Just the on-screen soft buttons are a bit off. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, this is nothing. If anything, Yuli, this has more product placement than you can imagine. Starbucks has product placement in here. Aquafina. What else has been in this? There's been so many things. Billie Jean was the first video on MTV. No, first video was Video Killed a Radio Star. No joke. That was the very first video played on MTV. The Buggles, that's it. Yeah. Your exposure to music was basically limited to C64 chiptunes and radio. Man, lots of stuff on the radio.
He said he was looking for a key in order to get past some sort of blast door.
Okay, so what the hell is behind this blast door?
Whatever it is, somebody's pretty serious about protecting it.
I've been examining some things here. It looks to me like they've been studying the effects of different mutagens on genetic material. I've also found several references to very powerful hypnotic drugs. Now, I'm just afraid that Agent Mulder has been exposed somehow to one of these compounds.
You're not serious.
Well, of course I am. Why?
I just didn't act fast enough. Ah! There was a German music TV station named Music Box, and some famous bands got their first videos by just recording themselves in the stairwell. That's pretty funny. That brings you back to the old days when MTV played music videos, right? When it was still music TV instead of our TV, reality TV.
You are so dead.
Dead, 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 dead. Yeah, luckily Scully got out of the way.
One more. Any sign of Mulder?
No.
I haven't seen him either. What was he talking about? Why is he looking for a key? And what kind of key? He said something about a storage chamber. Now I have to figure out why he's behaving this way and somehow get him out of here.
I know what's wrong with him.
What?
He's host to some kind of alien life form that controls him.
Yeah, right. Did he tell you to say that? That's very funny. Look, quit screwing around and tell me what the hell Mulder's up to.
Still wasn't fast enough. Except Queen. Your parents were big fans of Queen, but that was still way too happy to appeal to a deeply depressed kid.
You've been tangoed.
They still play music videos, plenty of MTV subchannels, MTV Hits, MTV 90s, MTV Classic, etc. Yeah, I guess to a certain degree they probably do have still. At least you get a tombstone. Yeah, True Grim Fandango. Back in my day, we had Billy Oceans.
Any sign of Mulder?
No.
I haven't seen him either. What was he talking about? Why is he looking for a key? And what kind of key? He said something about a storage chamber. Now I have to figure out why he's behaving this way and somehow get him out of here.
They all did, Stephen Malofsky. It's really aggravating.
I think he's looking for what's being stored in this facility.
Oh, really? Uh-huh. And what would that be?
An alien craft that landed in the waters of the Pacific.
Uh-huh. Somehow I knew that was coming. Look, you don't know very much about Agent Mulder, so let me explain a few things to you. He can sometimes indulge in...
Right in the face. Has been the sole operator to dismantle and destroy the music. Not really. I would argue that they were part of, not necessarily like there's some conspiracy to it, but as far as the dismantling of the music industry, you can put some blame at the feet of Walmart, largely because they were able to dominate CD sales at significantly lower prices, and then once other companies stopped selling, like when Best Buy started to significantly reduce the number of CDs they started selling, and eventually ended selling them at all, Walmart then started to pull them out of their stores, which then pretty much gave most people no physical access to music CDs. They even did the same thing to DVDs and Blu-rays. They tried to convince people to bring in Blu-rays and DVDs and trade them in for a digital copy, which later they pulled that and still did the digital copy, but you got to keep the discs afterwards. All those censored Eminem albums and stuff, yeah. But music, yeah, Zaxler's right. The music industry itself is its biggest killer. It was corruption within the publishers that destroyed the music industry. The idea was to make as much money as they could with as little expense as possible, which is pretty much the way it's always been. And the end result meant that they weren't willing to pay the artists, which is still a problem. I mean, remember Taylor Swift going after Spotify and eventually securing a deal where she actually got royalties from it, you know, from plays on Spotify, because Spotify pays like pennies for the hour. They were really getting hardly anything for it. Didn't sales... They did, yeah, sales rose during the parental warning CDs, though. And that started in the late 80s. That really hit the market in like 1990, I think, or 91. And I've got one of the early discs that has that. It was kind of a joke to begin with. Music industry has been the same since it started existing. The only way you could make money as an artist has always been off of touring and merch. Yep. Until you got powerful enough that you could walk into the studio and say, I run this show. And there's a few instances where that's happened. The Beatles got to a point where they pretty much could control their own works. That's why they took off and became Apple Records for the last couple of albums they put out. For the most part, George Harrison figured it out. He started his own publishing studio or publishing group so that he could publish his Only a Northern Song was the publishing group that he published all of his music under. The Beatles had their own in general. I think Paul has his own MPC, I think it was. And so on and so on. They all learned. And an example of one artist who did basically give the finger to the studios and the big publishers was Tom Petty. By the late 90s, he was pretty much fed up with them, had some legal issues over an MP3 he put out on his website. So he basically either bought out his contract or ended his contract somehow and left and went off on his own because he could. It wasn't like he really needed them at that point. I remember Warning Label started showing on album covers, yeah. But what it did do, Sarisha, is it made it harder and harder for smaller artists to get into the business because they couldn't make anything from it. Billy Joel's another great example. His first album actually came out, I think it was Cold Spring Harbor, something like that. Came out in like 69, and the person that he signed with was not a producer, was not really a businessman. He was a record store owner. Saw him in a bar, signed him up, and the contract that he signed required that every song he produced from that point forward, regardless of where he went to this guy. So this guy pretty much had every single Billy Joel song up until the 80s. And CBS Records, I think it was, finally bought it out, gave it to him because it was ridiculous. It was such a crappy deal. But he didn't know what he was doing. He's a self-admitted, I don't know anything about business kind of a person. He says, I just write music and sing. It is amazing, yeah, in terms of being able to just drag and punch an industry right in the junk. I mean, it really is. But you have to become somebody like the Beatles or Tom Petty, or any band that can just stand on their own. You can make your own music, but you still need someone to distribute and promote it. Really, it's the promotion part now, Zaxler, that makes the biggest challenge. And the internet does have the ability to self-promote, but how do you get that into everybody's browser? That's the expensive part. So I guess this is it. The way they were standing in everyone's way for so long, yeah. The recording industry's behavior has been pretty parasitic. Well, that's what happens. They were all businessmen. They didn't care. If it didn't make them money, they didn't want you. Trying to force themselves into the process. Okay, so we've pushed that. 38. Oh, wrong button. I swear there is a way to access that, and I don't remember how that works. I remember the time when there was electronic music was complicated and expensive. Yeah, well, I mean, there were a few... There were a few MIDI albums, so to speak, in the 80s. There was, you know what, now that you say that, oh crap, what was it called? Moog. Look up Moog synthesizers. Like Tomita from the 60s, 70s, 80s. I'm not sure what that is. But yeah, like the Moog synthesizer was not a cheap device. I think that was $500 or $600 in the 60s, which would be several $1,000s now at least, for a custom-made device. Oh, that door is now open. Sure, yeah, absolutely. What? That was weird. How did I don't understand. Okay.
You know where you've been tangoed.
Well, let's hope this works. Any particular...
Okay. I thought she shot me. I didn't understand it. I thought maybe she was bad.
Well, let's hope this works. Any particular direction you'd like to claim?
So why is she shooting me when I come back? I don't understand. It looks so weird and interesting. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah, as soon as I heard the music, I didn't even look at the title. I knew that was Bars. That's a really cool idea. There's another one that you might like. If you enjoyed that abstractism, which I could listen to that easy. Here's another one for you that you might enjoy. Hang on. This is not the first one I was looking for. Okay, here we go. So here's one for you, Abstractism. This is Wendy Carlos with Switched On Bach. This came out like 71-ish or something like that. She's a keyboardist, or was a keyboardist, I'm not sure. That sounds like Wendy who made that, yeah. This was done on a Moog synthesizer, and then in the late 80s, she revisited that same concept and did it using MIDI. So it was like pre-general MIDI. I'm assuming she did it on Roland. I'd need to... Yeah, she did Clockwork Orange soundtrack, yep. But it was all Moog synthesizers, really cool stuff. Okay.
Well, let's hope this works. Any particular direction you'd like to claim?
I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if it's bugged. You probably heard the synth version, yeah. It's called Switched On Bach 2000, and it was done by Telarc. You can probably find it on YouTube as well. I'm wondering if it's bugged. I don't understand what's happening here.
Halt!
Sir, I'm Agent Dana Scully with the FBI.
Do not come any further.
This facility has been overrun by terrorists. I need your assistance.
I can't leave my post.
Sir, I am an FBI agent. I am
You
asking
have
for
3
your
seconds
assistance.
before I shoot.
I
One,
need your help, sir.
2,
I need for you to come.
What? She did MIDI versions of stuff too. Yeah. Yep. I didn't want to shoot the guy. I really didn't want to shoot the guy though. That's not what I wanted to do. It's merely a shoulder wound. She already had one of those, but in her other shoulder.
I'm sorry about this. This comes from the very top. There's nothing I can do about it.
Oh, my dog, you killed Scully.
Well, let's hope this works. Any particular direction you'd like to claim?
Halt!
Sir, I'm Agent Dana Scully with the FBI.
Do not come any further.
This facility has been...
She just looks at him like, really? Hey. Really? So if Scully derps and gets herself killed, I get fired, yeah. Any option to romance Scully? No, that's strictly Mulder's territory. Although your character does try to romance the lady detective Astadorian, but it seems there's only one opportunity for that. And she's like, not now, we're busy.
Well, let's hope this works. Any particular direction you'd like to claim?
Halt!
Sir, I'm Agent Dana Scully with the FBI.
I don't know if that's the right way to go about it. Let's save it here. 40. Sure doesn't seem like it. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I don't like having to shoot the guy. He didn't have anything to do with this. Not sure that's the right way to do it. Like, talk to him? Yeah, I'm gonna try. As soon as I turn, though, it seems that I get attacked. They didn't give it, yeah, we have no non-lethal weapons. A lot of the endings seem like they made sense to someone, but they forgot the explanatory scene. You know, you're right. You're very right. I think I need to reload the game. It's starting to is starting to kind of act a little flaky. In fact, it feels like it's frozen here. Yeah, in fact, it seems stuck. Even numlock and caps lock won't come on, so here we go. Hang on just a second. It was Mystic's fault. Yeah, we'll blame it on him. He's over there napping. Let's see. We're like, crap, we just did our last playtest and people are trying to do things we hadn't anticipated. Just fade to white, play an explosion sound. We can't record any extra scenes. Sorry, letting Windows do its thing here. Hang on a moment. Mystic's like, I had nothing to do with it. I'm innocent. It's almost done. I had a feeling I should have restarted this a bit before. It was starting to act a little goofy when we got into the facility in the first place. Some reasons reminded you that you need to check out that soft GPU thingy. What is soft GPU? I've heard of that before. Let's see. I'm going to hang on to that and take a look at it later. I don't know if you've heard of it, but apparently it adds 3D acceleration to 9x VMs through things like VirtualBox. Oh, okay, so you can play 3D accelerated games relatively easy through there. I see. I might have to check into that because sometimes that's just easier. Depends. I hadn't messed with PCEM in a while either. That's a little more direct. But struggles on higher end stuff, like getting into the Pentium II territory, it starts to really bog down. My goodness. Any day now. Seems easier to set up than PCEM or 86 box, but with actually better performance maybe. Well, VirtualBox is, I'd venture to guess, a lot more professional. And of course, it's also, you know, it's a product that's been around for, I don't know, I've known about it for at least 15 years or close to that. Seen people running things like Half-Life through it. Oh, okay. I actually wanted to install that on here and test it with this video card. I haven't tried that yet on this card. Okay. So now this is what I use for the game. Well, for the operating system. And that should avoid the scan disk. That should. Beep. There we go. Give it a minute to finish loading. Yeah, if it can run Half-Life, I wonder how well it runs Unreal. Unreal seems to be a decent sort of temperature check for 3D acceleration in the late 90s. It runs really well in software mode in general, even at a higher resolution. The acceleration has options for OpenGL as well as 3D effects. OpenGL seems to work better. All right. How long it'll be till there is a technology that works like FPGA that can do old CPUs. And for the most part, they can emulate CPUs from the 80s pretty accurately in software with very little effort. I don't... Yeah, it's basically what they do. It emulates the whole motherboard and all the hardware. Like, you have to grab the firmware for the motherboard for stuff to work. The MiSTer platform is all FPGA. Yeah, it's really impressive abstractism. Yeah, once you the most powerful processor I was able to set up was a Pentium 233, so like a Pentium 1 233, so a high-end Pentium 1, and even then, it seemed to have some slowdown issues just playing Quest for Glory 5. And that's on an 11th gen. Because I did that a couple years ago. Girlfriend said, let's make love. I said, what? We're here in the kitchen? And she said, yes, the clock's broken and I want to... Oh! How's it going, Blackbird Twitch? Wow. Clock's broken and I want time 3 minutes for this egg. Oh, man. Look at all the oil on his hands. Oh. No! Oh, no! X-Files. You barely remember watching that as a kid. C-Files predicted 9/11. Oh. Is that ice pick just a nuke? No. The ice pick is what they use to kill the aliens and the hybrids in X-Files. Man, I gotta do this all over again. Okay, at least I know how to get through it now. To be fair, it didn't predict it. Some people combine the numbers. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So we're going to overwrite that one.
Turn the key.
So that's the end of the game.
I'm sorry about this. This comes from the very top.
So
there's nothing I can
that
do.
didn't kill him. That didn't kill him. There's firing. So, see, that doesn't make any sense either. So that's not it. How the hell? There you go. Yeah, I agree, Sarisia. It's so dead. So dead, dead fired, dead wrong, and just plain dead. A stab a day keeps the tomatoes fertilized, my grandpa. That's just wrong.
Agent Wilmore, I know you're upset by what's transpired, but we're all affected when one of our own goes bad.
I never saw it coming. Mark was my friend.
I should have been more
Great hat, man.
But none of us are at fault.
Except Agent Cook himself.
Hello. Come in, please.
I just wanted to say goodbye. I spoke to Detective Astrodorian. Apparently they searched Cook's apartment and found my laptop, fortunately, but it seems as though Cook staged the break-in here in order to make it look as if he'd been attacked.
Well, it seems that Agents Mulder and Scully have been talking to Assistant Director Skinner.
Yes, apparently your work has received quite a bit of attention at the Bureau. You have quite a fan in Assistant Director Skinner.
Although I must admit some of what I've heard sounds a bit fantastic, to put it mildly.
Oh, yes, sir. I agree.
I'd have to plead the fifth on that. Anyway, I've got a plane to catch, but Agent Mulder wanted me to tell you that his foot has woken up.
That's a relief.
Anyway, I wanted to say that.
That sounds like something you'd say.
I wouldn't have missed it for the world.
You're looking a little ragged around the edges. Why don't you go home and get some sleep? I'll see you here tomorrow, first thing in the morning. And oh, I expect your report on this matter to show up when you do.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Detective Astrodorian also mentioned she had some paperwork for you to sign. She said she'd drop it by your place, although I told her she could send it here. She seemed adamant about handing it off to you directly.
Yes, sir.
Our fedora is appropriate to wear during funeral wear. I'd had to change my headphones. I didn't want to take off my headphones in the middle of that cutscene. I wanted to hear it. Uh-oh. It's X.
I guess I know what you want. Hold on a second, I'll go get it.
Mr. X.
I think not. You'd better keep it. You're gonna need it again. Soon.
So it's like they wanted to do a sequel to this, but of course FMV's died pretty much at this point, so there was no sequel to this. Of the Files fame, yes. There you go, and that is the X-Files game. Why did they not do one for the PS2 or PS3? They could have. I think that would have worked. They did do this for the PlayStation 1, though. Oh, thank you very much, Echo. Stephen Williams is awesome as X. I haven't seen him in a while. Yeah, he really, I like his character. Like, he does that role, I'd say, flawlessly. What was the last thing he was in? Oh, wow, I didn't realize he was in the Blues Brothers. He played one of the troopers. He must have been the one that was upside down. I'm gonna get that guy one way or the other. Upside down in the mall. I bet you that's who it was. The end is a bit rough, but the rest of the game is golden. It really is. This is one of those games that it's not perfect. It certainly doesn't have a perfect ending, but it's really kind of a cool concept. And it's a great little tie-in to the TV series. It's pretty much its own little episode, in a way. Let's see. Most recent Stephen Williams role was FBI Most Wanted. He plays Ray Cannon Sr. I don't really recognize anything else that he's been in. Nothing I'd really watched. He's in 5 episodes of Lock and Key. In some ways, I'm surprised he didn't appear in Supernatural. But is what it is. Anyway, so you used to watch 21 Jump Street, so spotting him here was cool. Awesome. We've got a few minutes. I don't know if it's really worth the effort, honestly, because I need to run the patch. Okay, I'm going to pull a disc out here. Where did it go? Anyway, while I'm doing this, what is up next is Might and Magic 6, Mandate of Heaven. So we're returning to the Might and Magic series for the final in the original series. Oh, there it is. Cool. Put this disc away. Actually, put the rest of the X-Files discs away. They can go back in their case. But yeah, that's a gem of a game. It really is. Found a funny picture of Jillian playing the X-Files. Oh, you'll have to check that out. Oh, it's still installed. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Oh, wow. That looks like they're on the set there, too, in that ending scene. I'm curious to see how this performs. It's not what I'm looking for. Video modes. OpenGL. Okay. Freeman, you fool! So I'll just load. We'll go back here. I'm just curious to see how the performance is on this video card. That works too, yeah? Somebody was mentioning Half-Life earlier, and I thought to myself, I haven't tried this on this video card. I'm curious to see how it performs. Does it involve Gilly Box A Apple Crate? Definitely a little bit. Nah, it's not too bad, although the frame rate's a little low. Probably catch up. Sometimes it does that. Or it crashed. One of the two. Yeah, this video card's kind of interesting, but I'm not going to mess with it anymore. That's pretty much it for today. So since it's so close to the end of our stream, I am not going to start up another game right now. So that means on Sunday, we get to start fresh with Might and Magic 6, Mandate of Heaven. Really kind of looking forward to that one, but at the same time, I'm kind of not. Mainly because I'm just worried about the window capture and having trouble with the chat, being able to see chats. I cannot click outside of Mandate of Heaven without causing crashes and other issues. So it's going to be a bit of a fun stream, I think, and I hope not aggravating for that reason. In any case, I am looking forward to playing the game, just not necessarily looking forward to playing that version of it. Let's see. Anyway, so before I look into who we can raid into, let me say thank you to a few people here. Thank you very much for the 5-stream streak back there, Strider. I really appreciate that. Steve Molofsky with the 7-stream streak. And, of course, the Prime sub about 15 hours ago, so probably around the time that we started the GOGcom stream. Thank you for the Prime sub, I Do The Rock. I appreciate that. And the follow as well, Star DJs. I really appreciate that. Other than that, let's see. So there are lots of bloopers of her falling off or Duchovny being blocked by a box or a walkway. Oh, God. The same with Dumb and Dumber because Jeff Daniels is such a big head. Such a big head. That's funny. Let's see who we can raid into, and then I'm going to go get me some lunch. I could definitely use something to eat. Oh, look, Tom's doing King's Quest 3. What a nightmare. I know. Mainly because I haven't been in his channel since he started streaming again. And I bet you Echo knows who it is. Echo, are you listening? He's actually playing a really cool game. Yes, hit the raid, man. He's playing Peanuts. It's the big game, Charlie Brown. I don't recognize this one, but the graphics look amazing. So thank you all for being here. Y'all have a wonderful week. Be sure to grab your message and post it in chat, telling where you came from. And yeah, hope to see you guys Sunday. And don't forget, you can also catch us on my wife's channel tonight, Friday night at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Until then, be safe and have a great weekend, everybody. Talk to you later.